Yes, yes, yes. Welcome one, welcome all. Can you hear my voice? If you hear my voice, say yes, we hear your voice. And do you hear music? If you hear music, say yes, we hear the music. I'd like to welcome everybody here. It's good to be here, and I'm glad to be able to present once again. As we get ready to take this ride, listen to the music, and enjoy, this is the song I Allow, featuring the amazing voice of Azare. This will be on a new project that's coming out. Actually, originally it was part of the God Power soundtrack, God Power 2 soundtrack. But we have a new version of this and all the songs we did on the God Power soundtrack coming out soon. So I allow myself listen and vibe to be my best self. To be creative. And to let go. Good day to you all. And a joyful new or merry or happy or joyful, whatever you're having. I allow myself to live an elevated life, to stay focused and clear, always moving towards a goal. I allow myself to let go and to learn to live and to grow. I allow myself time and space. I allow. I allow. Time to allow. I allow myself to feel. To express myself. And to use the talents that I possess. Yes, yes, yes. Just a sample of what's to come. I allow myself to make love. Are you ready to allow yourself to make love, to create love within yourself first? To create peace and harmony within yourself first. To take this time, this space, in this season they call winter, and go inward and recreate, rewind, renew, recreate the beauty that life can be. Welcome to you all. Congratulations for making it, and thank you for investing this time today to listen to this message. I'd like to ask first, who is here for the first time? Who is here on one of these natural holistic insights with Dr. B for the first time? If you're here for the first time, put that you're here for the first time, and also put how you heard about this talk today. If you've been here before, let us know that you've been here before. Some of you are veterans. Let us know where you're coming from, where you are, and how you found out about this particular webcast. Would that be okay? So put that in the room so that we know who's here, who we're reaching. It also helps us with marketing so we know how to give you more and deliver more for what you desire. Take this time. Own this time. Because this is your time. If you choose to take it. I have been on the planet for some time now, and I was chosen. And many times when you're chosen with a life path, it becomes challenging. Because since a child, I was living in two worlds. One world was the everyday normal world where get good grades, be on time, do what they tell you, follow the rules, follow the law, get A's, do your very best, go to college, get a good job, follow the law. Another part of me, since a child, was saying, be free, be creative, don't follow, lead. Be into creating things and something from nothing. How many of you have had to deal with this challenge of what the world says, what's expected of you, what you're told to be? And also had another challenge of who you really are, what you're feeling inside. How many of you chose to be a part of the system because you felt forced? You felt like it was under duress. And how many of you were able to, even if you've made that choice, still find time to be yourself? to be creative, to be in tune to what was the music that was inside of you. Because it is a challenge. And we need to recognize that challenge. Because it is those challenges in life where the world is saying one thing, but you're feeling something different. And you have to choose within yourself which way you're going to go. Because many of us chose the way that our family said, because that was the rule. That was the rule of law. This is what we do. You joined a certain religion or certain group or certain club, and you follow the law and the rules or the culture and the ways of that group. You know, think about the development of your mind, of your brain, actually. Did you know that your brain is not totally developed until 25 years old? How many of you realize this? Now, some of you who were in our class, the soulful transformation that we did with Dr. Mahdi earlier this year, which is still online, by the way. The soulful transformation of what is it? So, you know, things get blurry in the past. For soulful transformation and metamorphosis. I think that's the name. Don't quote me. Some people say, well, you can't even remember your own stuff. Listen, the power of now is I need to know what's happening right now. And some of you can correct me what that class was. If you took that class, please put the name of the class in there. The brain is totally developed at 25. Think about the amount of things that you had to choose before your brain was totally developed. This is huge. Before you were 25, what were some of the things that you had to choose? You were forced. Things that you had to believe. Because that was the way that it was. When I realized this was the deepest thing. That we are many times forced to be somebody, to do something, to be a certain way based on the system, based on what you're told is normal. And this is the way. You're going to do it this way, you're going to get out. You're going to be kicked out of school, kicked out of the family. You're going to be homeless. That's what they told me. You know, if you don't do certain things, you're going to be homeless. You're going to suffer. You end up in jail unless you do it our way. Choosing your life's path before 25, to me, is really deep. Because you don't even have all the brain cells yet. It's like having a computer that its central processing unit is not totally developed. So you click on files and sometimes they don't open because the computer doesn't have all of the data. It doesn't have all the pieces, all the parts. Our brains were not totally developed until we were 25. Even though you might have been very intelligent, you may have even been a genius. A lot of us, most people are born geniuses, born culturally creative, naturally. Did you know that? Genius means to know without learning. How many things did you just realize and know without learning? How many of you had natural talents? It becomes a challenge to hold on to those natural talents and to make these new choices about life before your brain is totally developed. That alone can cause mental illness. That alone could cause stress. So give yourself some space. And instead of beating yourself up about what you could have did, what you should have did, what could have happened, or blaming the parents, blaming the school, blaming the church, blaming the government, just take a pause. Give yourself some space. Give yourself some grace. Because now that you know this, you have the power to rewrite the program. Beginning now, beginning this season, winter, this is the inner time. This is the time we go inward. For most of the northern hemisphere, it's cold. You see, those trees have dropped their leaves, so it let go of the tools that it used from the past, and that those leaves are becoming fertilizer. Let's today look at taking the past and what had happened and using it as a fertilizer for new life. Let's look at taking some of the natural talents that we have, that you were born with, that you enjoyed, and maybe add some of those things back into your life. Is that possible? If you used to do art, maybe start drawing a little bit on your free time. Create some space, create a free time. If you got a family, sometimes people say, well, I got a family now and the responsibility is heavy. Well, maybe when everybody goes to bed, I'm tired, Dr. B. It's so much to do, so much happening. If you say that, it becomes more, because whatever you focus on, you create more of. And that may be an actual fact for you, but you could find a space if you put your mind to it. You are what you believe you are. You are not what they say you are. You are what you believe. And if they said it and you believe it, then that's who you are. But you have the power to change that. Today, we're going to go deep. I'd like to ask for permission to go deep before we do that. Let's ask for permission. Would it be okay if we go deep today and talk about some things in a way that you may not have heard them before? You may have some of this information because there's nothing new under the sun, but you may not have heard it or looked at it this way. Would it be okay if we go deep into that space today? Would it be okay if we make it a little fun or what they call highly spirited? Would that be okay today? And would it be okay if we talk about some things that could be challenging to your mind and sometimes your emotions? Would it be okay if we create a little agitation? Because that's what it takes sometimes, agitation. Sometimes it takes getting hurt. Sometimes it takes getting angry and frustrated. Sometimes it takes snapping. You've got to snap, and sometimes you got to figure out now how to snap out of it. Otherwise, you may end up living life as a victim. How many of you are ready to let go of the victim mindset? How many of you are ready to begin to use the part of your brain that's totally developed now and program and reprogram it with some things that will be helpful for you, your family, and those who you're around? How many of you are ready for that? How many of you are ready to try something new and cleanse and detoxify from the past? You see, this thing about the past is deep. Because at some point we were taught that history repeats itself. It just keeps repeating. It's the same thing over and over. That is not an actual fact. Things may seem kind of like something that happened before, but it's not an actual duplicate. It's always slightly different. I don't know how many of you have seen the movie Groundhog Day, where every day the same events would happen. Slightly different, but basically the same, with the same outcome. And it wasn't until he realized this that he began to change the events. Instead of getting up, putting on his house shoes, he got up, maybe didn't put on his house shoes. Little things like that take you out of the rhythm, the program. You see, if you listen to the mainstream, if you listen to the programming, you'll be told a lot of things that could be real and truthful if you believe it. For instance, how many of you follow me on Instagram? And there's a lot of controversy going on because that's what Instagram and Facebook and all of these social media things are about. That's what people like. They like controversy. They love it. People are hooked on controversy. They're hooked on drama. That's a good book, Hooked on Drama. Yes, I have an Instagram, Doctah be Sirius. In fact, if you look at the bottom of the page here on the screen, you'll see my YouTube and the Instagram. And please subscribe over at YouTube. We got a lot of new projects going on. And, I hear we don't do enough posting. I keep hearing about how much you have to post. You have to. This is the law. Dr. B, you don't post enough. You don't have enough followers. I'm like, wow. Here we go again. But there is a couple posts that created big time drama. This is what I heard because I wasn't really following it. But the newest one is where I say that scientists may not know anything for sure. And that they put up graphs and things behind them and say words and speak in the voice of authority. And everybody says that's the truth. That's what the scientist says. It's proven, scientifically proven. What does that even mean? There was a scientific study, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. There was a name of the disease that they said slaves had if they tried to run away. Anybody remember that? If you remember that name, put it in the chat. Look it up. They had a disease. They studied it. Scientists, it was scientifically proven that if the slaves run away, they have a disease. What? It was scientifically proven. There we go. Drapetomania. Drapetomania. See, I can't even say it. My mouth won't even let me say it. Drapetomania. What? Did you know about this? You gotta laugh. If you don't laugh, you get. It is okay to get angry. It's okay. I'm not telling you don't get angry. Anger gets things done. There's a time when you're developing where you get angry about what had happened and what they did and who did what. And that's better than just being depressed. That's an upgrade because some folks was just laid out. When you get angry, you get up, you start moving, walking around the room. I can't believe this. And you start doing this research. But after you do research, you need to start doing this new thing called me search. Have y'all heard of me search? Write it down. Me search. Research is when you're looking out there for what had happened. But what could happen, you don't know yet because it didn't happen yet. See, research is looking for things in the past, basically, and becoming more and more intelligent and finding more intel about what had happened. Now, how do things happen? Things happen that if you knew, it would just blow your mind. Things that you'll never even read. It's not on Google. The deepest stuff is not on Google. It's not in your search engine. It's not in your, artificial intelligence, because people now, that's like the new God. Artificial intelligence says, didn't they say it was artificial? How do you have artificial intelligence? If it's artificial, it's not intelligent. So they put stuff together all the time. To create peace, we got to have a war. Huh? But when you start doing that me search, you start looking into yourself and your stuff that you've joined into, that you've agreed with, and things that you've said and done to yourself, for yourself. What have you bought? What did you eat? What did you feed the children? What did you allow yourself to do in the name of what? In the name of politics, in the name of religion, in the name of wanting to be a part of a group, in the name of consciousness. But when they say stuff is scientifically proven, you better do a little me search. Go into you. How do you feel about that? When I said the statement that scientists don't really know anything for sure, actually, you need to go watch the whole interview. I got this from scientists. People were upset. This guy's a fool. There's more of this foolishness. I was told this by some scientists at UCLA when I was teaching at UCLA, which was amazing that I was teaching for 4 years. A course at UCLA, and I only went to college for 2.5 weeks and quit. Because it didn't feel right, didn't look right, didn't sound right, didn't smell right. Some of them classrooms smell funny. Y'all remember this? Have you ever walked into some of those classrooms and it's a smell in there? It's an energy and a miasma. This is like the brain washing rooms, the brain washing. Brain washing. That's a new word. Brain washing. Brain rationing. I walk in the college room, and this was supposed to be the top universities in the world. And the room didn't smell right. And I didn't feel right because my thing says, I got a gut feeling. My sense of disgust is strong. What about yours? Look up the sense of disgust, the forgotten sense of disgust. How many of you have forgotten that? When you walk in, something don't look right, don't smell right, what do? Stay? I just got to deal with this because everybody wants me to do this. So I didn't feel right in the classroom. I don't care if it was the greatest college in the world, the greatest university. My father was very proud that I was going to that school for those few days. You're doing something now, son. I left. He didn't even know I left for a while because, he wasn't there every day. Guess he found out at the end of the semester that I was out hanging out with people like, that's when I met George Clinton and a bunch of other musicians. And I was hanging, with people who were very creative and living their life's dream. So I want you to think about your sense of disgust and when you get a gut feeling, because that's going to be very important for the rest of the day to think about this. And something don't sound right. I don't care if it's on social media. Have you done more research? And after you do that research, what you got to do? Me search. How does it feel to me? Because the scientists told me that nothing is exactly proven to be the way you think it is. There is nothing scientifically proven doesn't mean it's totally factual. They still don't know what keeps the earth rotating and what they're still having disagreements about what gravity is. It keeps changing in the nature of space and time. Did you know that? The nature of who we are, how we're even here, or if we're actually here. It's like this experiment with what's in quantum physics. I think they call it the Schrodinger's cat. Is it Schroeder or Shredder or Schroeder or whatever they call it? Not disrespecting. I'm letting you know that sometimes, I'm not exact because nothing in nature is exact. So let me flow. If you feel it, you feel it. If you don't, you don't. But they said they put a cat in the box. And I think they had, it's many versions of this experiment where they had a poison in the box. And they said, if the cat eats the poison, it will die. Don't quote me on this. But if the cat doesn't eat the poison, it won't die. So some people felt like the cat must have ate the poison because it was in the cat food. And they opened the box and the cat was dead. Somewhere else in the world, a bunch of people didn't believe that the cat ate the poison. They opened the box, the cat wasn't dead. How could the cat be dead and alive? The question is, how could it not? Because your reality is based on your point of view. When they found the smallest particles in quantum physics, for those of you who would like to look this up, in quantum physics, they found what they thought was the God particle, which was the particles that made up everything. And when they found it, they only found one particle. And when they viewed it, when they observed the particle became whatever the person who was viewing it thought. This was deep to me. Things are not what they are, they're what you think they are. And there's a connective consciousness. There's a good one, a connective consciousness, which is a collective consciousness that all agree on a certain group of things, and we all have that awareness. Oh, come on, Dr. B. I saw it actually happen. Well, if 100 people saw something happen, how come they all have different points of view about what happened? There was that game we used to play as children called the telephone game. You'd tell a person something, and they would tell somebody else, who would tell somebody else, and then the last person would say what they thought the thing that was being said was, and it was totally different. It's like on the news. I was on the news in Los Angeles one time at a college, Northridge University, doing a lecture. And I was talking about parasites and mindset and how you can change the way you feel, change the way you the way you live life. And after me, they had a guy who was talking about safe sex. And he had 1,000 condoms. I'll never remember this. I'll never forget this. He had 1,000 latex condoms given to him by the Trojan Company. Latex condoms. This was safe sex. Here I am, a natural health specialist, and I'm looking at this. Latex? Latex is toxic. If you take even a balloon and chew on it for a long period of time, your mouth becomes inflamed. Your taste buds become numb. You have an allergic reaction to chewing on plastic. Here's this thing you're supposed to put on yourself to protect you from these diseases, sexually transmitted diseases. The woman's supposed to allow this plastic in her body to protect her. The man is protected from what? The diseases. Are you protected from the condom? Most people are allergic to plastic. Now you're going to put it on during this love-making moment to be protected. But you don't realize the other effects of the plastic. Now, they might have some condoms that are not made out of latex. Go do some research if that's what you feel like you want to be safe. If you want to be safe, maybe just be alone with yourself. Because there's no true safety in the world. There's something always could happen. A lot of people that think they got herpes from somebody may have gotten it from the shot that the doctor gave them when they were children called chickenpox. Or from eating chicken. It's chickenpox. Herpes is chickenpox, but you want to blame it on somebody. They gave it to me. I didn't get it till I got with them. What was going on in your life at that particular time? How did you feel? Were you stressed out? Were you nervous and scared? How much yeast and fungus did you have in your body? How much plastic was in your system? No, I got it from them. Because we always need an enemy. The problem is always somebody else. When you do me search, you look into yourself and say, what may I have done? Or what was done to me as a child before I was 25 when my brain wasn't totally developed, that my parents or my school or my religion or my belief forced upon me, that you're going to catch things from other people. Be safe. How can you be totally safe? Nothing scientifically is actual facts. It's changing all the time. I'd like to welcome all of you who just came in. Please put in the chat how you got here, how you heard about this. If you're new, put in that you're new and how you heard about us. And if you've been here for a while, checking us out, hanging out with us here with Elevation Time Radio. Let's call it that, Elevation Time Radio. And put it in the chat room. Well, I'd like to welcome you all. And I'm kind of warming up to something that we're going to get to in just a bit. So some folks say, well, where is he? He's all over the place. I'm all over the place. So are you. In fact, you're not even here. It is not scientifically proven that you are totally here. 99% of any solid object is space. Did you know that? Space is the final frontier. Yeah, you've made these agreements that this is me. This is my life. Those are my parents. These are my clothes, my house, my shoes. But how do you really own anything? That's a mindset that you own it. Technically, they say that we're beams of light and magnetism coming from the cosmos, beaming into the body, which is like a television set. Like a quantum video game. And we're all choosing to have this experience. That's too far-fetched. Well, I'm not telling you how far you need to go to fetch your mindset, but that's up to you. What I'm saying is things are not exactly what you think they are. And things are being changed and manipulated by parasitic beings, beings that will control your mindset. Ideas can be parasitic. You know, your own mind can eat on your best nature. You can eat yourself alive. We're going to get deep into the subject of parasites today. Mental parasites are ideas or experiences that are caught in your mindset that could be eating you alive. And a lot of beliefs are parasitic. A belief is a doubt. And you want to give the benefit of the doubt. If you already doubt something, that's your gut saying, you know, I don't really feel good about this. Yeah, John, I'm going to pay you back. I'll pay you back on Thursday. You doubt it. You can feel the way he's looking. You could feel the way he's breathing. You can sniff the air. You can smell the pheromones and the miasma around him. And you don't think that John's going to be able to or is going to pay you back. But you're told by your parents and your family, give them the benefit of the doubt. I already doubt it. It's already a problem. I feel it. But I'm going to give them the benefit of the problem. I don't give anybody the benefit of the doubt. Not doing it. I used to. I had to let that go. The benefit, it don't feel right already. What is your gut telling you? Where's your gut at? People will play on you all day long. The heck is going on? Somebody says something. You don't feel right. Something's wrong here. But a lot of times what we've ended up doing in the past is we go with the mainstream. We go with the collective. Most people say it's true. It's true. Yeah, he did that. It's true because they say it. I saw 29 posts talking about the same thing with proof. Proof. Instagram is proof. Facebook is proof. Social media is proof. The newspaper is proof. The news, 6 o'clock news, the 7 o'clock news, the 4 o'clock news, the 12 o'clock news is getting hung. Your mind will get hung up on the noose. And you believe it. And the you that believes it is the one that is giving the benefit of the doubt that you already have within yourself, and you already know and can feel something's not right here. You can even look historically sometimes that this is not right. Historically, since you want to believe that history repeats itself, there's groups of people who are parasitic. There's groups of people who never want or desire for you to what? Succeed. They never desire for you to break out of the farm. They never desire for you to become totally wise and see. They'll let you become conscious now. You can become conscious. They don't mean anything. Everybody's conscious. They don't mean anything. Oh, he's conscious. He's woke. Everybody's conscious and woke if you're awake today, but it becomes a thing. It becomes commercial. Greetings, my brother. I'm woke. What does that mean? I'm spiritual. What does that mean? I'm telling you, we're going into 2025 here, y'all. What they call 2025, which may not be that on a lot of calendars. There's different calendars, but since we're going with this calendar, the Gregorian calendar that, Gregory or whoever, created, Pope Gregory or King Gregory or Gregorius Gregory, I don't know. But this is what we use, so let's use it. They say we're going into 2025. My point here is today that if you are not willing to let go of some of your beliefs, some of your drama, some of your judgment, some of your own stuff, and the mess and the trash that is in your sewage system, then you're just going to live the same life. It's going to be a repeat. You might as well stay in 2024. Don't even change your calendar. According to a lot of folks on IG and some of the social networks, Dr. B is crazy. Well, they used to call me the crazy man when I was young. I was talking to my friend the other day. He was reminding me of when I was an artist back in the day. I called myself the crazy man. So yeah, I don't mind being crazy. Does that bother you when somebody say you crazy? You're insane. That means unclean. Well, let me go wash my hands. It'll be cleaner. You can't be totally clean on the earth. The earth itself is made of dirt and germs and microbacteria and all these things. So there's no cleanliness. There's no totally clean. Sane means clean or sanity. I think Dr. B's lost his mind. I maybe have never had a full mind. You can't hurt me. Dr. B doesn't know what he's talking about. Well, do you know what you're talking about? By you saying you don't know what I'm talking about, you don't know what you're talking about because you don't know me. I know, Dr. B. You don't. That's a lie. You don't know anybody. You just barely know yourself. You're waking up today as a brand new person, and who you think I am and who you think he is and who you think whoever is not them today. Because everything is changing constantly. And unless I agree that I am who you say I am, then I'm not. I've heard Dr. B's got the same message all the time. I've never given this message before. What I'm saying today, I've never said before. I may have said some similar things. But the message that I am giving from the we, the message that's coming through today has never come through before. And since we want to rewind a bit, let's rewind a bit. 2024. 2024 was a roller coaster ride. Some of you know it. Some of you feel it. That one right there. Whew. People coming in at the beginning of the year. Happy New Year! Rah, rah, rah! Then Cat Williams came out and said something. Yeah, this is going to be great. A lot of things that he said actually came to be. A lot of great things happened in 2024. Personally, it was a challenge. Because when Dr. B was called and said to have won Spiritual Leader of the Year award, I snapped. I never desired to be under the microscope like that. I felt like now I had a different responsibility, and people they wanted me to be something that maybe that I wasn't. And my old mindset was like, why would they choose me? The people that I was supposedly running against, first of all, I never asked to even be in the category. But the people chose this. They asked the people. And some of the folks in the same category I looked up to as my teachers or my peers. People that I've actually talked to and dealt with on many levels and learned from. I was never into this thing, whatever they call it, for business. I got into the natural health world because I was deep into the music industry. And after going through that hell, I had to figure out where is heaven. Because that one almost took me out. And I almost got out without my life. Did you hear the way I said that? Physically, I had to stop because I was very sick. Business-wise, I needed to stop because the next thing was the special handshake, and the special meeting, and the special party, and the special rituals. The money was great. People talk about, yeah, I want $1 million. Well, I was $1 million. We were spending that a year. So what? Money, 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 money. When you are not yourself and you're being totally controlled, all the money in the world can't help you. All the cars and all the whatever's that come along with it, it doesn't mean anything when you're part of the Walking Dead. Why do you think they keep having these movies about the Walking Dead? It's because the average person is walking dead. Because before 25 years old, they chose a life and made decisions and choices and judgments that may not have been totally theirs. By that time, you'd seen enough television and enough, visions of what beauty is. Think about what you call beautiful. Why do you call it beautiful? Because your mind has been programmed to say that that is beauty. What good is? Your mind has been programmed about what is good and what is bad. And depending on which group you come from or whatever mindset that you were programmed to have, you begin to agree of what is good and what is bad, what is up and what is down. I'm trying to figure out how we could be on a ball called the earth and say what up is. How could you have a ball and be standing on a ball and figure out what up is? Is there an up on a ball? But everybody agrees, up north, up is north. That's where Santa Claus comes from, the North Pole. Did you know that the North Pole now is no longer where it was, it's moving? So we hear about this money. All you got to do is have money. I had a lot of it. I was very successful. And that's a mindset too, in the music business. But I was not successful at owning myself. I was bought, controlled. I was told what to put in that music. I was no longer doing music that I loved. I was doing music that I was told to do to keep getting this money. And then after a while, it wasn't even about the money. You're going to do this because we're telling you to do it. And this is what you're going to put in those records. You know how many messages we were told to put in that music? There's a thing called backwards masking, where there's sounds and voices and codes and programs that are put in the music that you think is a sound, or you hear like a little. You said, what was that? Play it backwards. Obey, eat, procreate. A lot of music had what they call backwards masking, which is programs that they put in there. Sometimes they did it during the mastering process. What is the mastering process? I make a song, I mix the song, I produce the song, and now I got to send it to the master, who gets to approve it and put the final codes in it. Made me sick. I allowed myself to become sick. I had to get away. And I got away just in the nick of time. It's never too late to escape the farm. It's never too late to let go of that whole world that we were a part of. I began to study herbs to save what was left of my life, because I was given a short time. And to help my mother, who had MS. I began to study nutrients, minerals, things that actually could change our state of well-being. But it was for me and my family. And it was in 1994 that I met a few people. At that time, it was Stevie Wonder, Carl Nelson, and Jamal Goree. And they said, you got to tell your story. You've gone from like hip hop to health. Wow, look at you. Your skin looks different. My skin was bad. My hair was splotchy. If people who know me from back then, they're like, Dr. B, you're a totally different person. Because I had to transmute. I had to know how to know when and when to know how. I had to know when to get away. And I knew that I was not totally joyful and happy. So I used supplements, but they were drugs to try to be happy, to try to find myself, to hide how I really felt. I actually overdosed on drugs 3 times. I am admitting it. So you won't be able to bring this up and say, well, Dr. B used to be on drugs. Yes, I was on drugs, and the drugs were on me. And people say, well, what was your drug of choice? I chose whatever they had. I was unhappy. I was trying to get out of here. I was committing a slow suicide. Sitting around riding around town aimlessly in Los Angeles one night in a Mercedes. There's only this particular Mercedes I had. There's only 3,000 made. It was a very special Mercedes. Oh my gosh. When you get that, you're of the top of the creme de la creme. Oh my God. When people see you drive up in that. I drove around aimlessly trying to figure out, why should I live? What is this about? Because I'd gotten into music because, I got into music because I love music. I was a drummer, a percussionist, and I started out in jazz and, in free form music and, totally improvisized is a new one, improvisized music. I loved it. But once I got into the hip hop game, which was a game, and I hipped and hopped and became one of the first producers of what they call Southern California hip hop, I blew up. The money, I was making more money in a year than my father was making in his lifetime. But he kept telling me, it's not what it seems. It's not what it seems. But I had to go through it all. I was involved with some very deep stuff. The programming of people's minds is what this was about. It was no longer about fun and dancing and parties. It was about how much drama we could put in the music, how many frequencies we could put in that caused people to be off, to cause people to make decisions and to create stress. When you create more stress, you create more fear. And now people feel like they need to survive, so they'll buy more stuff. This was about commerce. This was about banking. It was about money. And when I realized that the little bit of money I got that they call the royalty was the dust left on the table. It was like, you make a cake and there's some crumbs left. That was the crumbs. A lot of what you make that you do for somebody else, you end up with the crumbs. They get the cake. Because this whole thing is based on parasites who can use you. We're getting there. But once I left the music business, my life changed. And that's when I began to study natural health. 1994, everything changed. Because I went on radio and I was really nervous. So I just told jokes. Because I was, dyslexic, stutterer, couldn't speak clearly, didn't know who the heck I was, still having the effects of, still detoxing from the old world. But I changed my life using herbs and natural medicines, and I loved it. I felt different. And now I began to make it public because I was asked to do so, and I did. But I didn't get into this for the business. People told me, Dr. B, what do you have? What are you using? Please give it to us. You can't get up and do these lectures and talks, because I talk for 6 hours, right? You can't do this and not have something to sell at the end of the night. I wasn't trying to sell anything. I got into it because I loved, right, how I was feeling and was offering a way for other folks to change their lives. So that's when I began to offer products to people, and they went like crazy. because I always made it fun. My lectures, I made it fun because, you know, you have challenges in life. You got to figure out what your zone is. My zone was make fun, do comedy. That's how I met Dick Gregory. And he said, always keep the fun in it. Always keep the music in it. Otherwise, they're coming to get you. So when I received this award in 2024 for Spiritual Leader of the Year, it just messed me up. It really, I went into a depression. And I'm being honest. I'm going to be totally transparent with you. Because I hadn't accepted this. I still don't know if I totally am. I don't even know really what the spiritual leader is supposed to do. Is there a book? It's the Spiritual Leader's Handbook. If anybody got one out there, send it to me. The Spiritual Leader's Handbook. It's like a parent. Is there a handbook for parenting? Some of y'all know about this. This is what you're supposed to do as a parent. Parents are supposed to. Is there a handbook for this? What is the rules for parenting? This thing is changing constantly. As a parent, I can tell you this is a challenge. You don't know what's finna happen. Fin. Is that a word? Fin. What is fin? You don't know what's finna happen. All the children are not exactly the same. They wanted to make them the same. If they had like a machine that could just print the child out. No, there's no book for this. Each child is totally unique. And you had the child because you really needed a child and you wanted a child, or the child came through whatever had happened and the child just popped up and it was a surprise. Well, guess what? There's no handbook for it. It's on the fly. And if you listen to your family, they got ideas on what it is, what you're supposed to do. And if there's help, you got grandmothers and grandfathers and people that can help you. But still, you got to learn this on the fly. Life is on the fly, y'all. So I didn't get the Spiritual Leader's Handbook. They gave me the award, which I have right up here. Can y'all see it? It's clear. It's quartz, pure lead. It's heavy. I got up and made my speech and thanked the people and tried not to cry. Actually, I did. And told the story about the 3 frogs. And that's the beginning of my new drama. Finding out who I was, doing me search on myself. Why am I here? And I spent a lot of time just in darkness, sad. This is too much. I don't even know what to say to people. Folks call and they want to know. It's like, I got a direct connection to God or to the universe or to Mother Earth herself. Dr. B, now that you're a spiritual leader, I know you can help. You can answer this. And people, the amount of calls and the things that people would like me to just know, it's heavy. Because each of us is totally responsible for ourselves. And I can't tell you what to do, but I could say what I would do. If I were you, I might try this. And sometimes I can't even answer the question. People calling with serious diseases, stage 5. I never even knew there was a stage 5 cancer. People with issues that they've had throughout their whole family, and they want me to fix it. Sell me something, Dr. B. Tell me what pill. Is there an herb, Dr. B, that can fix my family issues? My whole family has a ghost. My whole family does ABC. You see, it's a genealogical thing that's running through the family. It's in the DNA. It's running in the DNA. Now we know, based on the work of Dr. Bruce Lipton, that the genes are not determining your life. It's not in your DNA. It's the environment around the gene that's creating your issues. It's the environment. And the environment in your body is what you're eating, what you're speaking, which is resonating throughout your system, what you're believing, how you're feeling, what you're choosing, even what you're wearing. You're wearing plastic clothes, polyvinyl chloride clothes, because it's cheap. cotton and plastic. Plastic bedclothes, plastic underwear. That's creating an environment. It's soaking into your skin. It has a vibratory rate. Now, if it's natural, 100% cotton. If it's linen, 100% linen, 100% wool. I bought something yesterday, alpaca. At least it was a living animal. What the heck is polyvinyl chloride? How many chemicals did it take to make these clothes, to make them cheap? You can get a whole pack of underwear, 9 underwear for $10. And you're wearing them under your normal clothes and they're close to your genitalia, which is causing you to feel a certain way, eat a certain way, live a certain way, because the plastic is eating you. Just like the music that I was creating what? Parasitic vibrations. That wasn't what I was creating originally, but for the money, you begin to do things that actually is parasitic. You become the host, you become the master of the universe. And I could make music where the songs would just blow up and listen to the lyrics and the beat, and you're gone. You're in a trance. Oh man, Dr. B, this stuff is dope. It's dope. It's dope, 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 dope. Dopamine is putting out dopamine. Dopamine is the pleasure. That's the pleasure hormone. So you feel pleasure. It's like, wow, this is great. It's like, you're eating that chocolate cake, but it's great right now, or whatever this food is that feels good right now, but later on, everything slows down. What the hell is happening? And your body goes to war trying to figure out what the heck you just ate. Your immune system doesn't know what to do, because this is worse than any virus or any disease. The food you just ate is eating you. How many of you are eating food that's eating you? How many of you are in a life path or in a relationship that is parasitic, that's eating you? This is how we eat in our family. This is how we eat in this part of the world. In America, America's finest food. We eat foods that should never even be mixed together. They've never been meant. Your body doesn't even know what to do with it. Is it an acid? Does it need the acid to break it down? Does it need alkaline? The body goes into war when we eat some of these foods that we just ate for the holidays, and may even eat more for what they call New Year's. Between what they call Thanksgiving, which is something else we need to look at real closely, and then New Year's, why are all hospitals on high alert? The police departments, high alert. Ambulances, fire engines, high alert. You know how many houses burn down every year because you got this dried pine tree in the house, which is fuel? It's like kerosene. You got a kerosene tree in the house with lights on it. Talking about happy whatever. How many houses burn down? And did you even really look and read your holy book to see if this is right? That you have this tree that you cut down that was making oxygen. Did you know that the pine tree is one of the most healing plants in North America? The young pine needles, look them up. But we cut it down. And we put gifts under it, which is symbolism. I'm going to talk about that a little later. There is some powerful symbolism in the whole Christmas thing. It's very powerful once you know the real deal here and where there is an advantage for you if you know what's going on and how to move, how to know when, and when to know how. Back to me. Things got crazy after the awards. I was confused. I was saddened. I felt like the weight of the world was on me. I didn't ask for this, but it happened. And people kept telling me, the people love you, Dr. B. And they told me, they said, well, Dr. B, you didn't just win. You won by a landslide. You got more votes than all the other votes put together. Huh? How? Because they love you, Dr. B. Because I said, but look, I don't even, I didn't read the book. What about the spiritual leaders workbook? Just a workbook with, coloring pictures in there, pictures where you can do it with crayon and just a workbook, you know what I'm saying? With, little things you could study. No. You're it, Dr. B. And that responsibility really bothered me. And even when I think about it now, sometimes we're not used to accepting awards. And I was not used to accepting any awards. And this was the first time I actually was there. I mean, I've got gold records, platinum records, engineering awards, golden reels, they call them, for success in the music business. And they sent them to me, but I didn't go to the event. I didn't go to the Grammys when we were nominated for Grammys 5 times. Even with NDRE, she was like, you got to go, Dr. B. We're being nominated for a Grammy. Oh, well, I'm in the studio that night. In the studio, everybody's going to be there. I'm not going to be there because I had this thing in my life about what success was in my subconscious. It wasn't in my conscious mind. That success was still based on my father saying you had to get a degree. You have to be a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer. You've got to get a good job. You've got to get that, what they call it, what they call it, what do they call it? Wait a minute, let me think of what it's called. This is how far out I am. I can't even think of what they call it. You get all the insurance. What do they call that when you get insurance? Oh, this thing, you can get to see the doctor anytime you like. You get drugs for free. Come on, y'all help me out. It's a package. Benefits. Got a good benefits package. It benefits you to be able to go to see the doctor and get prescribed medicines, with side effects as much as you like, and let them look for a problem. Because, doctors are going to look for a problem. That's what they're trained to do, look for a problem. That's why you're here. So I found out that my subconscious was programmed that was success. And that was the reason why I never accepted anything, even birthdays. People would give me gifts. I didn't like to accepting gifts. I would take a long time to open them. I didn't feel like I deserved this. I just want to be. Why do I have to? And some folks give you a gift and they want to know how you liked it. They want to sit there while you open it and they want to see that it's great. I'll never forget the time I got these polka dot socks and underwear from one of my cousins. Yellow with black polka dots. It was a gift on one of them holidays. And they thought that this would be great for me. And they kept calling and wondering, did you open it? Did you open it yet? Open up that thing. And I didn't want to tell them that this is not, I look like a clown. This is what you see. They liked it. Most of these things, parties and stuff that people give for you is really for them. We should do it up at Shasheshio's because up there, they've got the best drinks. And, it's up on top of the Kafashio mountain. And, oh my God, it's at the hotel of hotels. And a lot of people who are giving you something that they like, that they would like. You should like it because they like it. And you're there, you know what I'm saying? You're looking around. Well, do I really want to be here? People give you a party. You have to be there. You need to have, the party could be for you being apart from everybody else and being alone. Like, you can't. It's your birthday. It's your holiday. You got to do it. You're going to do it. We're going to do it for you. Better be there. We're going to pick you up. And on that day, if people call you and talk about everybody's real quiet and they're whispering, so I want to pick you up at 5, John. What's happening? I just want to pick you up. Just you and I have a talk. A surprise is coming, right? You get there, surprise, and you're like, shit. I got to smile at folks. I got to smell this cologne. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're forced because the people want energy and need energy and they need to have something big for you. But everything they do is really for them, especially the planners of it. They like it. They want you to be here. They need to talk. And then what is the talk? A lot of times the talk is just gossip about who did what. did you hear about JB and he's in the news, and you heard about such and such, he got 25 years, and you know such and such is now they came out and now they've decided that they'd like to gossip, judgment. Do we get together and have the party and let's talk about what we could build, huh? Let's have a party like that, huh? Let's have a party where we talk about create a new neighborhood, buying a block back, huh? Let's have a party like that. Let's have a family reunion where we talk about building gardens and helping people who may be going through pain and homelessness, huh? Let's talk about the veterans and how they went to war and they went to war and they fought for something they didn't even understand, huh? Can we help them right now because they're going through something? What about the elderly? Where are the elderly going to go when they get old, huh? You're going to go to an old folks home where people sitting around waiting to die and everybody in there has the energy and the miasma and the energy of death, and the place don't smell right, it don't feel right, and the news is on, and you're watching the same old stories and the same old thing, and they keep carrying people out every day who didn't make it, who got up out of here, and that's where you're going to send the old people, the people who are the most valuable. Let's talk about that. A party. A Christmas party. A New Year's party where they drop the ball. Some of y'all going to the New Year's party where they dropped the ball. You didn't even realize what was happening, that this was a ceremony and a ritual. You're counting down. 5, 4, 3. Do you know what you're counting down to? They got a big crystal ball in Times Square. I've been there. It was the scariest thing in my life, that Times Square on New Year's one year. I'll never do that again. People was pickpocketing and stampeding and stealing, and the breath and the food and the smells and the energy. Wow. For me, you can go. I'm not telling you don't do it. But I noticed that the ball was made of crystal, pure crystal ball. And they're dropping the ball. Well, if we're going into a new year, shouldn't it be going up? No. They dropped the ball. How long you been dropping the ball? How many of y'all out there be dropping the ball? How many of you get happy and joyful about something that really internally would not make you happy and joyful? But you do it because that's what they say. That's what the head parasites tell you to do, because the whole world is eating each other alive. It's a parasitic world. And technically, nothing happens on January 1st in the sky, right? There's nothing happening cosmically to say that that's New Year's. That's March 20th or March 21st, the beginning of spring. That's the beginning of the year. Come on, Dr. B, it's not. How can you prove that? Well, September means 7. October means 8. November means 9. December means 10. So if I go back to September, since that's 7, I go back and I count back 7 months, you're going to end up in March. You mean to tell me that they name the month, the number, but put a numerical value that goes against your natural mindset? They say September is the 9th month, but it's named 7. October is the 10th month, but it's named 8. You can keep on going with it. Most indigenous people knew this. In March, when the sun crossed the equator, that was the beginning of the new season. And if you were on the northern hemisphere, that was the beginning of spring. And if you were in the southern hemisphere, that was the beginning of fall. That is the holiday. That's when something is actually happening. Now, I'm not telling you don't go do your New Year's, resolutions, but I'm telling you, a lot of us can't have a resolution. It can't resolve anything because the sun and the earth is not working with you. In March, it is. Because the energy of the sun moving above the equator, you can put your thoughts into the sun, your ideas, your wishes, your desires, your wants, or whatever you want to call them, put them in the sun, and the sun will help pull them. But the numerical year changes in just a few days. So we're going to roll with this. You can start a new number. I'm not saying to get all crazy and be out trying to preach to the rest of the people about this. Shut up. Just be quiet. Well, Dr. B said, listen, this is how I got in trouble already. Because folks think I'm saying one thing when they haven't really studied what I'm saying. And what goes on with most of these holidays? I'm getting back to Dr. B. I got to, hit that real slow. And, just follow me for a minute. There's something that goes along with every one of these holidays. Food. And if you're not careful, it's never naturally occurring food. It's processed foods. Lots of grease. Wheat or gluten, which is glue, grease and glue. Lots of salt. I'm talking about rock salt, or what they call table salt, which is only sodium, which dries out your blood. Now, sea salt is different because sea salt has the other minerals that work with it. So you're not just taking in sodium. So you got magnesium, you've got calcium, a whole bunch of them, different chlorides. You have all these different minerals in sea salt because it comes from the sea. But that's not the cheap stuff that you're going to use during most of these seasons unless you're very aware. But the main thing that goes with most of these holidays is processed sugar. And when you ingest processed sugar, it goes directly to your brain. Because the brain uses more glucose, which is basically sugar, but there's many types of glucose than any other part of your body. It needs it to perform. It needs cholesterol, natural cholesterol, because that's what it's made out of, a fat. And sugar for energy, glucose. But processed sugar has been played with so much that it confuses the brain. It shorts it out. I got in trouble again. Well, I didn't get in trouble, but a lot of folks are upset because I mentioned this on one of those IG posts. That processed sugar shuts down the brain. And of course, our very intelligent people begin to chime in, especially the people hooked on sugar. Because if you're hooked on sugar cane, you're hooked on cocaine, you're hooked on crack, you're hooked on all these drugs, you're going to defend them. And you're going to defend your habits. They came at me crazy. Why? Because I said it shuts down the brain. And they said, well, how is that possible? Because I can still think and I can still do things. If sugar shuts down the brain, people wouldn't be able to think. I said, I didn't say it turns off the brain. I said shuts down. Shuts down means turns down, so that the energy of the forebrain, right, which is your cognition, your thinking, learning new things, it begins to get dull. And now your responses are automatic responses. Your actions, your habits are automatic. So you don't have to think to do them. So yeah, you can still go to work and still have, intimate relationships. But the brain, the forebrain, cannot learn anything new, has no real cognition, cannot live in the moment. The hypothalamus is very important. The hypothalamus is what creates balance in the body. It's what lets you know if you've had enough of something, when you need to move away from something. It is regulating temperature, heat, and cold. It's helping to regulate your hormones and your nervous system. The hypothalamus. They call it the master gland. The minute you eat sugar, it doesn't work correctly. So you don't know you've had enough of anything. You should have walked out of that relationship or that job or out of that school or out of that situation. You should have walked out of the studio, but you don't know because you ate a lot of sugar. So you can't think for yourself by yourself, and you can't go internally, and you can't do no real introspection because you're having an out of body experience. You're not in your body. You're not in your mind. You can't feel your gut anymore because it shuts down your gut, kills most of your gut bacteria. So your microbiome has just been exploded like when they dropped an atom bomb in your gut. This is processed sugar. Your pituitary gland has a lot to do with oxytocin, the love hormone. You don't even know what you love. You call love, a lot of folks, it's just like a lot. I really love them. I love my food. I love this cake. I love my school. I love my job. I love my career. I love my mate or mates. And a lot of times it's just like a lot. You've been doing it so long, you were told to like it. So you like it. You look good. Everybody in the community agrees. So you go along with it. This is good. This is love. What's love got to do with it when you're hooked on drugs? You don't call it a drug. Sugar cane, cocaine. Why they got cane at the end? And I also said that you could get off cocaine quicker than you could get off sugar. I was talking about me. Somebody told me that's a lie. I'm talking about myself. Took me 2 weeks to get off cocaine. Took me 6 months to get off sugar. But you're going to take everything on the internet to be exactly as it is and judge people and be ready to cancel them because somebody said something or they didn't win in an argument. Have y'all snapped? Do you know what's going on here? The hell you talking about? Shut up. Half of your points of view are not even sharp. Because you've been mind controlled, processed and programmed, living in a farm. Your pineal gland. Oh my God, I got to decalcify my pineal. You can't. It's made of calcite crystal strings. And it's a piezoelectric crystals, a cluster of crystals that when you put pressure on them, there's an output. There's energy output. See, that pineal has got to do with, that's like your antenna to the stars or to the environment or to the cosmos. Now, fluoride does collect on all of your glands and causes calcium to stick to them, all of the glands. This is fluoride. You need fluoride for healthy teeth. Oh, you better do a little research on fluoride. In fact, get the video, the Great Culling Water. The Great Culling Water. I think it's on YouTube. It's about the fluoride industry. It's going to blow your mind. Most toxic chemical on the planet. Nobody wants it. They can't put it anywhere, so they throw it in your water, and you get it, and they told you that it makes your children's teeth healthy. How come we who have fluoride in our water have more cavities than anybody else on the planet? Weaker bones than anybody else on the planet. Fluorine is different. Fluoride, anything that says ride, you're getting rode on. Fluoride, chloride, anything with "ide" in it is going to have you riding up out of here quicker than you should, or be dealing with, a lot of inflammation and illness that you maybe if you took a different course, you wouldn't have to deal with that, because a lot of what is going on with us, we've done to ourselves. And they know that fluoride, they even tell you in the documentary, they knew that it was going to affect people of color, black, brown, and red people more than anything else, and cause them to have more crime and to do more things and have more out-of-body experiences and be lost within themselves and never tap into their indigenous God self if they had fluoride in their system. Did you know this? They say it in the movie. They knew it. You say you're getting mad again. Well, don't get mad. You could start. You ain't got to use fluoride. They got filters and all kinds of things now. You know what I'm saying? It seems like next year, according to Kennedy, he says he's going to get rid of all the fluoridation in the water. In fact, most of the stuff that this man Kennedy's talking about is what needs to happen. He's actually on it. I'm going to take a break in just a few. But I have gone through a lot in 2024. And I'm going to tell you what really helped me was, instead of doing so much of this lecturing and speaking, I was doing more music. That really helped me. I had to tap into something that I felt I could be free in, because in music, I can create what I desire to create. In natural health and in spirituality, you got to be careful what you say, how you say it, when you say it, who you're offending. Did I finish on the sugar? Let me finish on sugar one. Can I go back just a minute? The pineal gland is affected by sugar also. The pineal gland has a lot to do with your perception of love and what love really is. Not like a lot, love, pure love. There is a book, The Mastery of Love, that I would say it would be great to read that book, especially during this season. What is love? We need to redefine that one. Love is an action word. It's not just a naming word. Just because you say you love me, can you show love? Just because you say you love somebody, are you showing? Are you being love and loving? And having some grace and giving people some space and honoring them for who they are, not who they're not. A lot of times we got into this love, which is basically a type of slavery. I love you if. That's a relationship. I love you if you do A, B, C, D, E, F. And if you get out of that and you get out of my rules, this is what I want. Sugar. And sugar is just not the physical sugar. Sugar is sugary ideas, sweet ideas. Do you know how Australia was taken? The Europeans went to Australia and could not deal with the indigenous people because they could disappear. Because in their culture, their mindset was the dream time when you're sleeping is the reality, and this is the dream. And those indigenous people could just poof and be gone. They could be standing here in front of you and poof, be gone. You couldn't conquer them. So they noticed that the tribes and the people ate all at a certain time together. And when they ate, they talked. And the elders would talk about life and to the younger people and gave them, the passing down, information about how to be the best and how to thrive, not how to survive, how to thrive. And how to be the best in the tribe, to be a part of a group. How to have respect and love and not just rape nature. Use only what you desire to use or need. Don't just go overboard. Well, them folks came along, see. Them Caucasians. I'm not being racial here. I'm just saying that, they were survivalists. And when you're a survivalist, you have a certain mindset. Just keep that in mind. If you're a survivalist, you have a certain mindset. Now, a lot of people have that mindset of survival, which is a type of fear. And greed comes along with survival because you want to survive first. It's me, me, me. That's all about a survival mindset. Well, they gave the children in Australia some candy. And the children liked it. They never had this sugar, processed sugar. They were used to eating, dried fruits or just fruits themselves and things like that. That was their sugar. But this sugar racked their brains. It rewired their brains, and they became hooked on sugar. And they would sprinkle this sugar or these candies along the roads and pathways and trails around dinner time. So now those children were not with the family eating dinner, learning the ways of the tribe. They were out, fiending for candy. Do y'all know this story? This history? The next generation of children were no longer listening to the elders. They was out eating candy and looking for trinkets from the conquerors. 2 generations later, the people are conquered. Now, when I mention candy, I'm not only talking about the sweet, sugary candy. I'm talking about candied ideas. And you have candied hams. Some of y'all had candied ham for these holidays. You done took pork and put candy on it. Think about that. What the heck is a candied ham? We're all supposed to sit down and pray over a candied ham. I think your holy book says something about that. You ain't got one poison, right? You just quantify this. Now it's a multi-poison. It's over 1 million trichinous worms in one drop of ham. Any ham. Bake ham. Remember those, what they used to call them? Ham skins, beef skins, pork skins, pork rinds. I used to love those pork rinds, man. Those things was off the chain. I used to walk in the store. Remember these have a special little glass container in the store with whole hog skins that had been skinned off the hogs and boiled in grease and salted. Y'all remember that? Cracklings, they used to call it in the South. Hey, go get some of that crackling. Go down to the store, get $5 out of my bag and get as much cracklings as you can. And we be sitting there watching television. Candied yams. You done took a yam is already a natural sweet. Yams actually have prebiotics in them. It's a special sugar that your body can't digest, but it uses it as the food for the prebiotics. Did you know that? Yams, green banana, plantain. They have a natural prebiotic effect. Prebiotics are things that your body can't digest, but it uses them as food for the probiotics. Did I say that correctly the first time? You got to sweeten something that's already sweet. It's like all that cologne you got to wear because you something funky. Candied ham coming through your pores. You don't smell right, so you need to put on 5 or 6 cologne. Water of the toilet water, eau de toilette. You got so much of that on. Now you got 300 and something chemicals that you put on to try to make you smell good because you ain't right. Because you've lived a life of the wrong. And you've not only been controlled by parasites, you have parasitic behaviors. Wow. Not me. Yeah, you. All of us. Me too. You want to be part of the Me Too movement? Let's change that up. Have you eaten some stuff that has eaten you? Yes. And because I was going through some challenges as a person in 2024, I may have eaten a few things. I may have eaten things a little too late because you're not supposed to really eat 2 hours before you go to bed. I didn't go too far. Now, I didn't go all the way back in the day. But I may have done some things out of emotional stress to anesthetize myself so I felt a little better because I was sad. But music. And we started putting together this event called Transcendence. And in there, I was going to join music, sound, speaking, and we were going to have this event that was just going to take folks to another level. Some of y'all were there. That was off the chain. Now that brought me back. Listening to the people, being with the people, playing my drums, not loops. Speaking from the heart, speaking from the soul. That event was in, I forgot what month it was, but it was here in Atlanta. And I said, wow, this is beautiful. Let's take this on the road. So a couple weeks ago, we did another event in Los Angeles called Sirius Vibes Live. So some of you know that I have a podcast. It's called Sirius Vibes. If you don't know about it, go check it out. Sirius, Sirius Vibes. It's a YouTube podcast where I interview musicians and producers about their angle at life and their way of producing and writing and creating and how that taps into the metaphysical part of our lives. Really good podcast. Go check it out. So what we did recently is we're starting up the Sirius Vibes podcast again because I love talking to musicians. And we did Sirius Vibes Live, which was it was live music. And it was kind of like, it was a lot of things put together. We did it in Los Angeles at the Walk Good Yard on Pico Boulevard. And it was amazing. I mean, there was people that came out that we haven't seen in a long, long time because, since 1994, I'd been doing lectures and workshops in Los Angeles. And for the last 13 years, I'd been, not doing them there. So a lot of folks we saw from back in the day when we had Elevation Foundation, Elevation started on Pico Boulevard in the year 2004. Yeah, that's how long Elevation has been around. This is not a new situation. And we've been helping folks change their lives, on a local level. And then we went national, or we went international when we jumped on the internet, about 13 years ago. So it was great to see people again. Folks have changed. Folks had new careers. And it was beautiful because one of the gentlemen there called me, and I think he had stage 4 prostate cancer. And the doctor said this was it. And he called me. And I said, well, if you'd like to live, then let's talk about that. What would you like? And he said, I'm ready to live. I'm ready to do whatever I need to do. Because when you get in a situation, in order to get out of it, a lot of times you're going to need to change your whole life, change everything. He said, I'm willing to. And he said, by the way, my daughter is now a holistic doctor. His daughter used to be young, coming to our lectures in Los Angeles. She says that I inspired her to go on and become a doctor of holistic medicine. Wow. I think now she's going on to be a doctor of metaphysics or she's taking it further and further. But her father, they gave up on him. Well, guess what? When they give up on you, that's time for you to what? Check into yourself and do some research. Find yourself inside. This man looks 20 years younger than when I saw him last. He no longer has what they call cancer. It's totally gone. And all he did was follow the directions that I gave him. He did the cleanse, and he does the cleanse every time the seasons change. We'll talk about the cleanse in a little while. All the things that I told him to get rid of out of his house, sleeping with clocks near the bed, electric blankets, turn off your modem. I think he turned off the modem. Did I tell him to turn off the modem? Turn off your modem at night. Stop using these unnatural fibers. And he's not the only one. A lot of people over the many years have actually changed the frequency of their health and healed themselves by listening and by following their heart and not getting caught up with the mass distraction. Mass distraction. Going along with things that don't feel right, but they sound right because they keep driving it in your head and everybody else agrees and you go with it. So now you've been caught up in the parasitic activity, because after you've been a parasite for so long, you become parasitic yourself. After you've been oppressed for so long, after a while, you become oppressive and depressive and repressive within yourself. And that's normal for you because that's how you grew up. That's why a lot of artists in the music business, they sign artists and then rip off those artists just like they were ripped off. I tell artists all the time, don't sign with somebody who's an artist. But he's got millions of records and he wants to sign me. Yes, and he also may want to design you and shape you into being something other than what you are, or just use your talent and your ideas for himself. You got to be ready to shut it down. Y'all ready to shut it down? But that event, Sirius Vibes. In fact, you can go online, go to our website, elevationtime.com. Elevationtime.com. It's at the top of the screen. Elevationtime.com. And check out Sirius Vibes Live. I think it's 4.5 hours long. Whoo! I brought some friends up, amazing musicians, and we did this whole butterfly effect thing. You know, when you start realizing that the butterfly in Vermont could gently flap its wings and cause a tsunami, or cause the sun to shine, or change the air quality all the way across the world. One butterfly. People talk about the butterfly effect. Well, this is a different butterfly effect than you may have learned. Small changes in nature change everything. Small changes in yourself could change everything. Small changes in your mindset could change everything. Small changes in the way you walk, and the way you talk, and the way you live changes everything. I needed to go through hell and heaven all in 2024. Because that is the 7. 2024 was about the 7. That means that you are learning to become a god of yourself. 7th heaven. That's the Christ consciousness vibration. And a lot of us have been through it. A lot of people came up with serious diseases. My brother had to have an emergency operation. They said if they didn't catch it when they caught it, he would not have been here. Many of my family members, my sister got some news in the beginning of the year. All of us, some of the investments that we invested in, all of a sudden they began to fall apart in 2024. But at the same time, there was amazing things happening. It was all happening because everything is connected to its opposite. Everything is happening at the same time. And you got to realize that when you're down, there's also up. And you got to look up when you're down. Sometimes when you're up a little too high, you got to look down. All this about the high vibration, you need to get a balanced vibration. Because some of y'all with the high vibration be tripping. You're ready to persecute and crucify somebody else because somebody said something and you feel like, oh God, yeah, they lost everything. I told you they wasn't right. You don't even know the facts. Shut up. Mind your business and business your mind. And call me talking about, is it true? What happened? I don't know. What are you talking about? Well, we heard that that's all over the news. What news? It's on the IG. That's the news now. TikTok. That's the news. Facebook, that's the news. Just because somebody got a YouTube channel, that's the news. You better go with your gut. If it don't feel right, move away from it. And if you got too much sugar and pork and grease and fat and gluten and craziness in your gut, then guess what? You're going to vote crazy. You're going to vote foolish. Every time they have an election year, you need to know it's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. It's going to be a ride. You believe the politicians is going to do something for you. When did they ever do it? Just ask yourself. When did the Western world ever tell you the truth? When have they ever, honored a contract? Somebody, we need a grant. We need a grant. A grant. Some of these grants are granting you to do exactly what they want you to do. We're going to give you $50,000 if you do just what we tell you to do. That's some sugar. Now you out eating candy right by the side of the road, not listening to your own gut, your own intuition. You better check that grant and that free money. You got to become a creator, a co-creator. You can't control everything, but you need to focus on what you can control. When I was down and out in 2024, some of y'all didn't know about it because I had to go silent. I may not have one of y'all to see me like this. But I'm telling you, I am in a human body and so are you. So stop whipping your own ass and being all depressed because things ain't right or they're not the way you want them to be. They're where they need to be so that you can learn a lesson because every disease, every problem, everything has a solution. There's a time when you're going to be down in order to get up. There's a time when you're going to go through illness and you're going to go through repression, depression, and being broke and being broken. You're going to get your ass whipped before you get to the top. If you don't believe it, ask very successful people. Some very successful people in 2024 lost it, snapped. Why? Parasites. I kept telling people, parasites. You got parasites. You ain't acting right. Something's controlling your mind. Oh, Dr. B, I got it, man. I eat, man. I eat real good, man. All I eat is seaweed, man. You know, it's all I eat is seaweed. I know all the different types of arawakni and wakanapini, and that's all I eat. I got the best diet in the world. And couldn't nothing be wrong with me. Shit. That's what's wrong with you. Shit. So we decided, I was going to do a webcast, and I did this webcast about letting folks know that I was going to be in Los Angeles, and also letting folks know that it was going to be online and that you could join online. But a lot of people tried to get online for this event, this Sirius Vibes, but the internet was crazy. The day we left to go to Los Angeles to do this event, our whole website went down. Not just the website, the server. This has never happened. The website might go down, but not the server, because the server for our website is in some mountain somewhere, in a vault somewhere in Oregon or Idaho or Hootie Hoo somewhere. Because we have what's called the server. The whole server went down. The central processing unit froze. It broke. Why? I didn't even know it. I'm in Los Angeles. I got new drums out there. I'm tuning them up. I'm out, sitting in the sun. And I happened to go and look at the internet, and everybody's saying, why is your site down? Your site is gone. I go look at the site. The site is totally gone. It's not even there. It's like it never existed. So I call my web guy. What's going on? He says, I don't know. He calls the people, the hosting company, and they're like, we don't know what happened. This is something strange. We've never seen this. The CPU is gone. Everything is gone. We've lost everything. What? Luckily, my web guy had a copy of our website somewhere. Just for this. You got to get a copy of your site. You think it's just up forever? All they got to do is pull the string, push one button. And little did I know that this also at the same time, drama was happening with almost all the folks I work with. All around. Drama started hitting. This is all like in the last month or so. I really, I don't know, because I don't really know about the drama, because I'm not really in the know of it all. I work with people for a few days and I'm gone. Am I a part of their system? No, I'm a part of Elevation. Elevation Foundation is the home. I have associations and, friends of all walks of life. Little did I know that a whole lot of us were under some sort of attack or test. At the same time, our site was down for almost 1.5 weeks. And I only say a half because the first week we were totally gone, and some of y'all know that. And the second week, what we did was we did a patch where our web guy, he took the site and put it on top of his site. He merged it with his site while the main hosting company had to rebuild the entire server. It's still a little glitchy. So if you find some glitches, it's because it's a new situation. But it had to be shut down. It was all shut down. Why did this happen? Because we was riding a little too high. Too many things were happening. There was too many emotions and changes. And little did I know that, a whole lot of folks in our company decided they was all going to go out of the country the same time we was going to California. So there was nobody here. I didn't even realize it because I'm focused on music and fun. I'm going to play music. We were shut down. Didn't even know it. And that was a test for me to stay high and do this Sirius Vibes event. And we also did another event where we had candlelight yoga over at the Walk Good Yard, along with Marley Ray. That was amazing. People doing yoga with candles, and I was playing medicine music. That was life-changing. I had tears most of the time involved in these events because I'd never done anything quite like this before. To watch the people, a lot of people use my medicine music for yoga and martial arts and all of these things, right? But I've never been there when it was happening. Oh my gosh. It was crazy. It was amazing. Whew. So that was a very powerful event. And I'd like to thank my staff for being strong through this time, this period where our company was tested. Our resolve has been tested. Our focus has been tested. And I know a lot of you out there have had the same things happen. The calls that I received, new illnesses and diseases, and people with, the symptoms of the virus have come back for a lot of folks. Mental illness, just sadness, and people leaving the planet before it's time. And the news has been, but at the same time, the news has been very good. Little did I know that it was time for us to rebuild, because I thought we had a new website last year, but it had to get tested. We had to be tested. How many of you have had to be tested in 2024 and have been tested? How many of you have been riding high and found yourself down on the ground in 2024? Now, interesting. We get back, we're rebuilding the website, everything's going good. And then one of Elevation's properties, the septic system goes crazy. The toilets are all backing up, sinks. Instead of stuff going down, it was coming up. What the heck is going on? Emergency. We had to shut down one of the properties. We had to get out of there. What happened? The sewage line must be crushed or broken. The sewage is not leaving. That means the house is not letting the toxins out. The whole building. And guess what we found out? That the septic tank, because you got sewage that goes out to the streets, right? And then, a lot of places they have septic tanks. A septic tank is full. It's full of grease. And the guy who comes to clean the septic tank says, look at this. You got like bricks of grease from animals. Do you guys eat? No, we don't eat any animal grease. Well, that must have been here before you. Huh? The people that were here before must have put a lot of grease down their drains. It doesn't break down. It doesn't digest. The system, because, you put these enzymes in your septic system to break down all the material. The enzymes were not strong enough to break down the animal grease from years and years of ingesting grease and pouring it down the drain. I was like, wow, this is deep. How many people have years and years of animal grease in their veins, in their body, in their intestines that's built up like rocks? And now you may be a vegan, vegetarian, raw foodist, and you feel like you're eating right. You're eating nothing but organic animals if you are. I got it together. I'm conscious now. But how much grease is in your system from the past? How much residual garbage from the many years of living that way? Living and eating in a way that the oppressors, right, kind of urged. Living like animals. That's why we got to be careful when we start judging other people and what they're eating and how they're thinking, saying you're conscious now, you've awakened. But that shit from the past is still in you. That's why you talk that mess. And that's why you're ready to blame somebody and you're ready to cancel somebody in a minute. And throw the finger. See, I saw it on the internet. It's the truth. They lied. And if you lie about one thing or if you're not exact, people are going to use that. They're going to judge you, even your own people. Isn't that what happened with what they call Jesus the Christ? His own people. Talking about you worship him, but back in the day, the same folks was the ones that hung him up. If that's an actual story, I hear it's questionable, and this is what some folks get in trouble with, talking about that. You better be careful. I'm not saying what's true. I'm only giving you my opinion, coming from the mindset that I have been given. Are you ready to clean out your septic tank? Are you ready to let go of the judgment and the shit talk and the trash talk because you think you right and you righteous? You think you the bomb because you done called yourself something and put these naming things, these what do they call them? Pronouns on the front of your name? I'm King Jimmy. Last week you was just Jimmy the Broke. Now you're King Jimmy. You didn't give yourself what you think is an African name or an Indian name or an indigenous name. It's okay. You can rename yourself. Be careful now, because people start talking about what your real name. That ain't his real name. His real name ain't Dr. B. Back in the day, he was on drugs. Quit school. He was a vagrant. He was even homeless for a little while. I was only homeless for about 3 weeks. I wasn't homeless because I had a car. I made my car my home while I was working on the house that I was moving into. That's a whole other story of how I built my first studio and what happened. We'll get to that later. As soon as somebody says something, or as soon as somebody's going through a period of test and trial and tribulation, especially if you're a little ill because you've been pressured, you've been doing so much, you've been going out, trying to do everything. And a lot of times when we're out like that, we don't know how to take a break. And we can't stop because it's like every little straw is what the house is held up by. And if you don't do one thing, then that straw is going to break and you think your whole house is going to fall. Our website was down for a week and a half. Do you know what that did here at Elevation when we're relying on the donations? Because this is what it is when you buy something or purchase something at Elevation is basically a donation because we're a research foundation. But it takes, income to keep it going. And that hit deep. While all these good things was happening, I'm out doing these great things musically and feeling good at the same time. I got a septic tank that's full and running over and poop is backing up and the website's down. Test. How many of you have been through trial and tribulation and tested? Because the closer you get to success, the more you will be tested. Just because you got a name now and you created something, talking about you's a healer. Dr. B, you're one of the greatest healers. I've never said I was a healer. That's a lot of responsibility. I don't like all that responsibility. No, you're the healer. Heal thyself. Know thyself. Rebuild by thyself. Recalibrate thyself. Went to the school of metaphysics. How you gonna go to the school of metaphysics? Metaphysics is unknown. It's what meta means. I'm a doctor of metaphysics now. I got the degree too. They gave me one. You're a PhD. I don't even know what PhD really stands for. Anybody know what PhD stands for? I got one. I'm an ordained minister. I'm one too. I was ordained in early 1990s. I'm an ordained minister. What does that mean? Ordered. Somebody said that you've gone through and done what we say you could do to be this. Is that ordered by God, the creator of the universe, the universal God, or is that just people? But you get pumped up in titles. We got to let some of that go. Can you just be nobody for a minute? Can you really look at who you are and not judge it based on who other people are and what they said about you? Are you ready to redefine yourself? Are you ready to find yourself? Are you ready to let go of some of the ideas and things they told you that were true? Are you ready to let go of this term about scientifically proven and what the actual truth is? You got people that lie and have been lying for 400 years or more and killed people and murdered people and tortured people. Those are the people that get to tell you what a lie is and what a fact is. and you go along with it, they get to decide what's true and what's not. And you can't see that. And you can't see that sometimes when you show too much and you up too high and you fly a little bit too far to the clouds and you haven't joined in and done that proper handshakes, that there are entities out there that will come after you. Do you realize that? And that the social media and everybody else will come after you too. There's a lot of people in jail who were just at the wrong place at the right time. They didn't do anything wrong, but now all they got to do is blast it in the news and show you those pictures. They be having those headshots, those mug shots, the person in their craziest point of view, and they done IA'd it, and well, not AI'd it and photoshopped it. Yeah, he did it. I could tell he looked like a criminal. You see people, you go to court, they want you to be a part of the jury. And they got the person, their hair ain't combed, they don't put a suit on them, but they don't look right, their shoes ain't buffed. And they keep saying, look at him, he's sitting here in the courtroom. And you start looking, you start judging based on the other people, the way they judge. What's that term about casting the first stone? Are you able to cast the first stone? Is your shit clean? Is your toilet clean? Don't tell me you don't go through times of ups and downs. Sometimes everything got to fall. London bridges got to fall all the way down sometimes before you start building a new bridge to your new life. So 2024 has been a roller coaster, ups and downs. It's rolling out of here. What are you going to do? What are you ready to do? What are you willing to do? And you don't have to do anything. It's up to you. You got another holiday coming. Go on and let the ball drop on you. They dropping people's balls out everywhere. That's part of it. It's all about the balls. It's all about the sports, chasing the ball. It's all about testicles. Are you going to drop the ball? And women, y'all got balls too. They call them ovaries. You got to choose. It's the time to choose. Because 2025 is all about making a new path. Because if 2024 was what? Add it up. What was 2024? This is how you do it. 2024's vibration was 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 4. That's an 8. Did I say earlier it was a 7? I apologize. It's actually an 8. So it had to do with building a bridge. 8 is eta, which is theta, which is Hya, which is a bridge. The 8th letter is H. 2024 was a bridge between up and down, back and forth. That's why we had the roller coaster, up and down, good and bad. That's the 8 vibration. Yeah, somebody says, yeah, earlier I did say it was a 7. That was 2023. 2024 was an 8. In between two worlds, the theta. Theta is in between sleeping and awake. The place in between two worlds is the eta, the theta. Infinity has both. You see those two circles that come together in the 8. One is build, one is destroy. One is up, one is down. One is back, and one is forth. The line between the yin and yang, the seam, is the gray area right between black and white on that symbol, the yin and yang. $2025 is a 9. This is the book. Go with the Gregorian calendar. Go with it. Don't try to, be all out. I'm not going to do it. It's no new year. Well, it's a new something. If your mind says it is, we're not going to argue that. You need to be out, making it so public, your beliefs. Shut the hell up. Be quiet sometime. Loose lips sink ships. You don't need to tell everybody what you doing and how you doing it and putting it all on the internet, what you ate, where you're eating. Have y'all snapped? You got to have pictures of all your stuff. You're in front of your new house with the address and your license plate showing in the background, talking about, like, we just bought a new house. Are you crazy? Dr. B, you never talk about the kids, and we didn't even know you had kids. I don't have baby goats. And they're not mine. They're ours. And I don't put all that stuff out publicly. Why? Because what do? The minute there's drama, they go after your children. They go after your family and your grandmama. Start naming her name. Well, so is Auntie Mae Jenkins still living over on Cleveland Avenue? And you start thinking, oh my God. So stop being so public with your private stuff and figure out what is public and what is private. But to do that, you got to get rid of your parasites. Mental, physical, and spiritual parasites. What I've been talking about since I started today is parasites. The parasitic relationships that we have. We're moving into a new space, a new vibration on the planet. Even politically, the biggest shift in the political environment since we've been on the planet is happening right now. The changing of the guards. And some of it sounds really good, but some of it sounds really challenging. We will be tested because 9 vibration is about completion. It's about being born into the next vibration, moving into the next place. It's a challenge. Project 2025 has to do with us becoming the 9 ether, becoming somebody that completes, somebody that changes everything, becoming a god of your world. Are you ready to do that? So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're going to get deep into the parasite piece some more. So my highest choice is that you're listening. You're hearing. Highest choice is that you're ready to eat some food that doesn't eat you. You're ready to listen to some music that feeds you instead of what? Eats you. Music is parasitic too, depending on the type of music. It either feeds you or it eats you. And some of your favorite songs are eating you alive, and you don't even realize it because you don't know the code. To make new moves, new business ideas, new opportunities. We got a couple things coming up that I'm sure will help you. If you would like to be involved, we're going to join together and do some things together in the beginning of 2025. So stick around for a minute. We're going to take a short break, short pause. We'll be right back with you. Going to listen to some music. Let's see, what am I going to play? Let's see. Let's play A-E-I-O-U. This is another song that's going to be on our new project. But check it out and see if this fits you. A-E-I-O-U has to do with the retuning of your chakras by using those vowels. So give us maybe about 7 minutes. So we'll be back in about 7 minutes. It's 1:15 here right now. So that means what's 7 minutes? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. We'll be back at about 1:21. So listen to A-E-I-O-U and just breathe, drink some water, maybe get some grounding, go breathe some cold air or some warm air. It will cause a shift. See you back in just a few. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome back. Welcome back. That's A-E-I-O-U. Guest vocalist on that is Noel J. And thank you for all those who have helped to put these projects together. That also will be part of the new project that will be coming out, Medicine Music Collective 3. I'd like to thank all of you who have been listening to our new YouTube's track. Let me look at it here. It has some pretty good stats. Yes, all of you who are coming back, welcome back. But it looks like right now our Sonic Emergence 3 track. Where is it? Oh, there we go. So YouTube. I'm trying to figure out how to open this. There we go. Wow. So we put this track out, Sonic Emergence 2, Udu Restoration Rhythm. In 1 month, it gained 69,000 views. That's at YouTube. Sonic Immersion 2, Udu, that's U-D-U, Restoration Rhythm. Udu is a water pot from Nigeria, and they cut a hole in the side of it. And when you hit the holes, it makes a sound. Udu, udu, udu. It's actually the sound of water. It's based on the uterus of a woman. Udu pots were originally played only by women traditionally because they were not able to play drums or, wooden drums with animal skins. So they created that. But yes, so if you haven't checked it out, go to YouTube, Doctah B Sirius. That's DOCTAH-BSIRIUS. There's no dot after B. It is not an initial. It is actually a name. Every letter of our alphabet actually has a whole story behind it. And when you study it, you begin to look at words differently and letters differently and symbols. I have a book, The Encyclopedia of Signs and Symbols. Very good book that I would recommend you get. And there's another one. Let me look for it here. Yeah, those of you who are coming back, welcome back, welcome back. There's one on the alphabet. Where is my book? Okay, we're not going to spend too much time, but yes, you can study the alphabet. There is sacred science behind the alphabets of all different languages. Okay. So yes, that is the Udu Sonic Immersion 2, right? Is it 2? Yes. Because actually I'm working on 3 right now. 3 should be out within a couple weeks. But the Sonic Immersion 2 Udu Restoration is now trending big time on YouTube. So go to YouTube, please, and subscribe and join us, and you'll get notifications on the new projects coming out. Some of them will be YouTube projects, but some will be actually on our website. If you'd like to go check out our medicine music on our website, go to elevationtime.com and you'll look under shop and you'll see medicine music. And there's 4 specially curated by myself projects there. And they're all about healing and restoration. And we're using the sacred frequencies 432, 528, and now we're even using this new one, 444, and also 417. And we're discovering more frequencies to create music that actually does something to help heal us and to help create restoration within ourselves. So I'd like to thank you all for, for this ride. Yes, I see. Yeah, that's it. Sonic Immersion 2. 3 is not up yet. 3, I'm actually just finishing. I'm really excited about Sonic Immersion 3. Oh my gosh. Whew. This one has been deep. I've been riding around the city, you know what I'm saying? Going and just, at night, just listening to the music, listening to the sounds. And I'm like, who is this guy? Because, when you're in total creative mode, totally creative takes you out of yourself. You're not in your own mindset. And that's why it's so beautiful when you get into this, thing of creativity and also improvisation, being able to change in the moment, not being so stuck on the past or having a pattern that you have to follow. Creating your own pattern is so freeing, after being mind controlled for so many times, for so long. So if you have an art or creative thing or something you really love to do it. Don't wait for other people to agree. Any idea you have, there's a million other people on the planet who have the same idea. Anything you like, there's a million other people on the planet who like that too. We're all connected to this within this invisible web. They talk about string theory and all those things in quantum physics, and you begin to realize this is more of what it's about. And quantum physics is not something that can be proven totally scientifically, because something is dead and alive at the same time. Something is up and down at the same time. Something is in and out all at the same time. Everything is connected to its opposite. So those of you who have had challenges in the past, 2024, 2023, or even before that, or challenges throughout your life, that can be changed if you're willing. First, you have to be ready, willing, and able. Are you ready? Then are you willing? Then we'll work on making you become able by first cleansing and detoxifying the past, because the parasitic mindsets that we were taught and trained, they can be freed. They can be eradicated. The mental parasites are just ideas and experiences from the past that are eating us alive in the present, in the presence. Where are your presents? Where are your gifts? Under your tree. That's your nervous system. That's the tree of life. You take the nervous system out of the body and lay it out. It looks just like what you call the Christmas tree. We're going to get deep, deep, deep into that. Let me show you something here. Because folks want to know what's happening, Dr. B. What's happening? Something really great is coming up. I'm going to show you this slide now. I'm going to show you it again later. Let me find it. Is this it? I think this is it. No. Yeah, this is it. Let me go all the way to this one. So I'm going to show you this slide. We're going to go back to this later to remind you there are some events that are coming up. Dates to remember. Saturday, which is next Saturday, on January the 4th, 2025, we're going to have a Pineal Day Sacred Oil class. So in God Power 1, we talked about what we call the real Christmas. And we got a lot of flack for that. What do you mean a real Christmas? Folks came after us, there's soldiers out there who will protect their story, and it's okay. It's all right. But there is a time that what you call Christmas is based on. And it has to do with you and gifts under your tree. It has to do with this oil, this pineal oil that comes down from your pineal on this special day. It's also called penoline or Santa oil coming down the chimney. There's a whole deep story about this whole Santa day, this whole Christmas tree. It's just that it's codified. Not everybody can get it. It's special sacred knowledge that everybody doesn't get all the sacred knowledge. So people say, well, how come I'm just learning this stuff? They never taught us to it. They didn't know it, or they couldn't give it because it's all part of these secret codes that you didn't give everybody. So there's a date coming up in January that if you're ready to shift it, you might want to know about this. It might be a need to know thing. So Saturday, that's next Saturday, the Pineal Day Sacred Oil class. It's going to be at 11 o'clock. It doesn't have to say it here. We're going to talk about the preparation experience. Now, this class is for members only. It's free for members only. If you're not a member of Elevation, then you're not invited to this class. You can become a member right now. Members get 10% off of everything on the site, number one. 10% off. It's automatic. When you look at your price is 10% less than everybody else's. There's some videos, there's some healthy recipes. There's members only meetings is what this is coming up. Web class and workshops, wellness tools and information. We're really building up our membership side of the websites. Those are the folks that's like that's the folks that's really down. They with you. They're ready to become members. They're ready to roll. Some folks, they're with you, but they're not, they like you, but they're not totally with you. Some people are with you, but not for you. Some people are for you and with you. We would like to shake the trees. Who's with us and for us? Who's a part of the family? Who would like to be a part of the Elevation Foundation family? So we're going to have some sacred events, some special offers for members only. So this event that's happening next week on next Saturday is for members only. You can't pay to come to this. You have to become a member at elevationtime.com. That's next Saturday. And we're going to talk about this sacred day. Some of you know the date. Some of you know the formulation, but not everybody knows what to prepare for, because this particular day is going to be different this year than it ever was because of the 2025 vibration. So yes, every year there is a day, right? It's a special day. It changes every year, and we're going to teach you how to calculate it. This sacred day when your pineal gland emits more peniline than any other time of the year. And when you realize what peniline is and how important it is to have this and to have this knowledge and to be using this time space, because that peniline, when it drops on this particular day, it helps to program your whole year. And a lot of folks on the sacred day, they have no idea because they're just coming out of the Christmas season. And sometimes it happens, sometimes right on Christmas. It can happen on Christmas Day. Can be anywhere between the 25th of December all the way up to possibly the 9th or the 10th of January. Every year it swings, it moves. You got to know the formulation. And then once you know the formulation, then you need to know what to do on that day so that you can be prepared to receive the best out of 2025. So I'm going to say it once again. Saturday, January 4th, that's next Saturday, there will be a special class. Some people say, well, what's the day? You got to come to the class. It's sacred knowledge. We just don't give out sacred knowledge to everybody because we see what happens in the past when you give sacred things that are not codified. Some people say, well, how come things are it's always mystical? How come things are always so deep? That's because when you have people who are not ready gaining information, they can use it for the wrong reasons. And that's what's happened. A lot of sacred information that used to be private. That's why they had secret societies. And not all secret societies were bad. They were sacred societies. Even in religions, there's always a group of people who's like the multitudes. That's the regular people. Then there's the people who are on the upper edge. They're in the upper room. They know what's really going on. There's a language in all your holy books that you may not be able to read because you don't know the sacred language. It's a code book, and you need to know the codes. And no, everybody doesn't get this information. That's just the way it is. So if you'd like to know what is that day, you're going to need to learn the calculation. Learning the calculation is what changes your mindset. That's what actually creates chemistry and chemicals in your brain by knowing the calculation, calculating the dates, learning why this date is, knowing when it starts, when the whole sequence of birth starts. Your birth, your physical birth, your spiritual birth, and your energetic and your cosmic birth are all different. Did you know that? So if you would like to know the day, or if you already know the date and would like to be there with the rest of the family, that's next Saturday on the 4th, 2025. Pineal Day, the Sacred Oil class. The preparation experience is free for members only. So go join the membership and you get other things in that membership like 10% off of everything on the website from now on, as long as you're a member. That alone could be very valuable to a lot of people. Okay, I'm going to show this slide again later. But also Saturday, 1/11/2025, we're doing a collective cleanse. For those of you who would like to really cleanse the waste out and clean out your septic tanks and all your energetic stuff that needs to be eradicated and vaporized, we're doing that together on Saturday, 1/11, collective cleanse. And it would be best to order your cleanse by 12:30. That means by, when is that? The 30th? To ensure delivery by Friday, 1/10. Why is that? Because it takes 7 business days for us to process your order. I'm going to say that again. 7 business days. That's excluding holidays and everything else and weekends. 7 business days for us to process your order. Well, why is that, Dr. B? It's because we're making everything in small batches. We're creating every product by hand, the old way. We're not using artificial intelligence and robots and machines, and we're not buying stuff from 3rd and 4th and 5th parties. We're choosing every herb, every mineral, every essential oil, every flower essence. We're choosing everything very carefully. My hands have to touch it. I have to approve it. I have to taste it. I have to feel it. We're doing also Reiki on all the products, and it only lasts for so long. We're putting energetic light. Some of you know about the light frequencies that we're putting on the products. Light codes. It only lasts for a certain amount of time before it has to be done again. So everything here at Elevation is done the old way. Some people say, well, it's really slow. Well, go get your fast stuff. And there's companies out there that can get your stuff the next day or 2 days. And then after we package it, it takes 7 days. Then you may have, if it's in America, 3 days before it gets to you. And the post office is really slow nowadays. In fact, the post office not too far from where I am now only has 1 person working. So a lot of the postal, system is slow. So if you'd like to be part of this collective cleansing that we're doing in January, I'm going to be on the cleanse with you. I'm going to document what's happening with myself. We're going to do a weekly video to show you, and I'm going to show you how to do it, how to get the best out of this detoxification. Okay. So I'm going to go back to that a little bit later. So, and by the way, people are asking, is there a discount code for the cleanse? Yes. If you're on the program today, there is a discount code. It's SHIFT 2025. SHIFT 2025. 10% off of everything in your cart over $99. SHIFT 2025. For anything on the website in your cart over $99. And that's good till Monday at midnight. Monday at midnight. And we're also offering free shipping within the United States. If we're going to ship through US mail, then you're going to get free shipping. Now, overseas orders, we cannot give free shipping by law. It is not us, it is the government. And as you know, to ship anything almost to any country, no matter how small it is. It's usually 50, 60, 75, $100 or more. We have nothing to do with that. We can't break that law. Within the United States, we're going to use U.S. mail, USPS priority. Priority. Also, there's a movie. Do you guys know about the movie about the women in the military, the black women in the military that created the post office? Have y'all seen that? What's the name of the movie? Please put it in the chat room if you've seen this movie. You need to watch it. These women are the reason that you have the postal service today. And when you see it, it's going to blow your mind. It's a piece of history that hasn't been told till recently. So if you've seen that movie on Netflix, please put the name of it. I think it's called the 6888. Is the 6888? Or was it 3888? It's 6888. That's what it is. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right, so let's go back. So we've been through several challenges here in our past, all of us. It's a lot happening. And we're being tested, and you will be tested. So we must move forward as carefully as we can. What holds us back many times is our own selves and our own ideas. Sometimes the enemy that you're perceiving is the energy in a you, in a me, your own mindset about the fear. The fear of failure is what causes most people to fail. Did you know that they say, I forgot the number of black men that are going to get prostate cancer? I want to say it's something like 3 out of 5. The number's crazy. Prostate cancer. But if you study really, really deep, they also say that the number one cause of prostate cancer in quote unquote black men is the fear of it. What? The number one cause of cancer is the fear of it. The number one cause for failure is the fear of it. The number one cause of most major diseases is the fear of it. The knowledge of it first, and then the fear of it. Did you know this? The vibration and the chemicals and the chemistry that is created by your mind when you're living in fear, you've become inferior and you have an inferiority complex. There's some healthy amount of fear. Now, you'll never get rid of all fear because fear can save you. But living in chronic fear, what this does to your kidneys, because your kidneys hold on to the vibration of fear. But there's all these chemicals because your brain is a chemistry machine. That's not your mind. That's your brain. It's a chemistry machine. So when you think things or feel things, the brain sends messages to your glands, and your glands are putting out chemical messengers called hormones, and it's creating the environment. We're out planting seeds in the garden that are growing wretched fruit, and you're wondering, how did this happen? If you'd like to fix the fruit, which is your outcomes in life, we have to feed the root. We have to fertilize the root. How do you fertilize the root of the tree? You've got to use waste material. You've got to use the old leaves, the old material, the old thoughts, the old feelings, the old ways, and you use that as a fertilizer to fertilize your new life, because your new life needs food. It needs the broken down materials that are being pre-digested and broken down by nature. You got to put that back in the system. You got to take all the problems and all the issues that you've had, and you got to bury them in your soil. You got to take the septic material and the waste and the grease and the thoughts and all of the poisons that we have had, all of the drama and trauma that we've had. We got got to find a way to bury that so that we feed our roots, so that we use that as fuel to move us forward. Because without being tested and without going through trial, we'll never be totally successful. You will be tested at all levels, no matter how high you are. Guess what? Gravity is still pulling you. Some people want to get rich, but poor still got them. Some people want to get high, but low still got them. Some people want to hate white, but black still got them. Some people want to be white, but black, but red still got them. And green, everything is all pulling at one time. It's not about what you say they are, it's what you think you are and how you're looking through the lens of your life, your perspective. But we got to detox. And one of the main things that we need to detoxify from is parasites. Some of you know that in 1996, Dr. B had a very deep, traumatizing experience on a Carnival cruise boat. And it changed my life. In fact, I'll never be going on cruise boats again. Not telling you shouldn't. I'm just telling you for Dr. B, don't invite me to a cruise. Somebody asked me to do a lecture every year to do on a cruise boat. No, thank you. Well, we're going to pay a lot of money. There's no money that's going to get me on a cruise boat. You got to stand your ground. Choose your situations. But in that experience, I had missing time. In fact, I blanked out in the Bermuda Triangle on the Carnival cruise boat at 1:20. Let me see. 1:25. This is the watch. I don't know if you can see that very good. This is the watch that I was wearing when we entered the Bermuda, see, I can't even get it out good. Bermuda Triangle, September 1996. And I had a deep experience. It changed everything. I can't tell you what happened because I was out from that time that I just showed you on my watch until the sun was coming up. And when I woke up, I was not myself. I had sequences of numbers in my head, shapes, angles, and I lost my mind. Everything changed. And for the next month or so, I was gone. I didn't know who I was. I kept repeating statements. I could smell smells I'd never smelled before, feel things I never felt. I didn't go out. I didn't talk to anybody. I was having a breakdown. And it wasn't until I ventured out to a lecture that was being given by Dr. Anthony Ando, Kwaku Ando, doctor. One of the most profound doctors there is. He's also was a Dogon priest. Very powerful man. Was a worked with Jimmy Carter. He was a specialist in plants. And I met him. I'm not going to give you that whole story right now. But he began to teach me and help pull me through and realize what had happened. This is one of his books. I don't know if you can see that very well. It is on Amazon. The Science and Romance of Selected Herbs Used in Medicine and Religious Ceremonies. The Science of Romance of Selected Herbs Used in Medicine and Religious Ceremonies by Anthony Ando, Andoh. I think they might have a picture in here of him. Do they? No, but this is the book so you can see a little closer. This man was amazing. He drew the plants of Africa. He and his uncle, and I think his grandfather, these people were some of the most powerful botanists on the planet. He also was a metaphysician on a level that it's hard to describe. He was deep into life on other planets. He had relationships with beings. He knew the science of the Dogons. If you study the Dogons, go look at the Dogon people. They're the ones who you keep hearing about Sirius, where my name comes from. They're the ones who knew about Sirius way before the scientists. They're star travelers. And I was being taught by a star traveler. And he basically helped me realize that I was having this experience. And this experience let's just make it short. I was downloaded with information about beings from other worlds and beings from this world and from the inner earth that were here using other people and controlling the minds of people. They were parasitic. And during my experience, I was downloaded with this information that could help change the world. I had no idea, and I wasn't asking for this. I wasn't ready for this, but this is what was happening to me. So he helped pull me through. And I, after realizing what had happened, that this was about other worlds, otherworldly beings who control a lot of the world here, that we had to break the spell of the parasitic beings. Yeah, somebody's saying they won't be able to become a member till after the 4th. Yeah, if you become a member, you'll be able to tap into this still and get it. It'll be in the it will still be in the members dashboard once you become a member. This class that we're doing on the 4th next Saturday. Only members. So I had been scrambled and downloaded. And I started creating a formula that was like no other formula that had ever been existed for parasites, because I realized that the parasites that we have in our digestive tracts are not the ones that's not the worst ones, and are not the ones that are really creating the most challenge for us. It was the systemic parasites that live throughout the system that the regular herbs don't even touch. It was also parasitic beings from other worlds using different things in our world to control us, controlling our mindsets, controlling our spirituality, controlling a lot of things, as we become like a slave planet. And something else was using our energy. So when we're going through all this challenge and drama and war on the planet, there's entities that use that energy. When you're angry and upset and mad, and when you're judging others and you're in all these states of disarray, these other entities use that energy. I talk about that in the series on our website about aliens. I think that's in the membership area too. There's 4 videos that I created about aliens. And I also am writing a book about this whole experience. And that will, my highest choice, I've been saying this for years. My highest choice is that book comes out in 2025. It's one of the most challenging things for me to do is to write a book. It's because, I got to break a lot of spells within myself to finish this book. And I'm almost complete, but it seems like the closer I get to the end, the more drama. Everything is connected to its opposite. You see. So I was downloaded some special information and Dr. Ando and his wife, they knew about it. They realized what was happening. And I met them while they were showing the video slides of the prophecy on the wall in San Francisco. That was mind-blowing about how man on earth has existed and where we came from and beings that came here from other places. This was all shown on a wall. It popped up on a wall in San Francisco just before my experience. And this information popped up on this wall, and Dr. Ando's wife, Callie, she actually photographed this experience. And it talks about our life on the planet, which is the history that you have never heard about what really happened here. Within that presentation, there were some numbers that were shown on the screen, and I realized that those are the numbers that I had been writing. 2 sets of numbers. And those 2 sets of numbers, when I saw them, it blew my mind. I had written it on my hands. It was on my walls, everywhere. All I did was write these numbers. I didn't know what they meant. So they broke down what these numbers meant. They were star coordinates. And I realized that I was chosen to do something that nobody else could do. This is the way it was given to me. And that there was some story that I would come along. And at that time, my name was Doctah B, because folks would call me in the music business and have me doctor their tracks. And there was a Korean guy who used to call me Doctah, you Doctah, because I would come in his herb shop and be mixing all these things together and buying them. He said, what you do? What you doing with these? I said, I'm taking them. You Doctah, you like Doctah. So I was Doctah B in the music for a while and with the herbal business. But Dr. Kweku Ando said, once I realized and woke up from my situation, that I was Dr. B Sirius. And I said, Sirius? He said, that's where your light is coming from. And he said, look up in the sky. He said, I'm going to show you how to locate Sirius. And he showed me how to locate it. He says, when the light begins to blink red, white, and blue, it's connected to you. That's your home. That's where your people are from. You're Sirius. So that was the day I became Dr. B Sirius. I didn't give myself the name. All the names that I have were given to me. I just roll with them. You know what I'm saying? If they work. But in that came a formula. And the formula was different than any formula for parasites because, traditionally for parasites, we use black walnut hulls or green black walnut hulls. We use cloves, wormwood, or worm seed, which is 2 different things. Even the wormwood most people are using for parasites is not even the original wormwood. A lot of folks have no idea what the original wormwood is. It is not what you call wormwood. But we've used that. We've used diatomaceous earth. We've used pumpkin seeds, papaya seeds. There's so many, many things people have used traditionally for parasites. And when we were young, our grandparents would make sure every year, I'm from, I was within one of the 100 and something grandchildren of my grandmother and grandfather. So they would line us all up. Yeah, we had I had 100 and something cousins because my grandmother and grandfather had 22 children. 18 of them survived and they all had children. So I come from a very, very large family. So my grandfather would line us up and he would pour kerosene on a sugar cube and light it and then blow it out. And then we had to take that tablespoon. Crazy stuff. There's a lot of stuff folks use, traditionally for parasites back in the day. All kinds of things. But most of these things worked on what we call intestinal parasites. And I realized during this experience that those parasites were the minor parasites. They weren't the major ones. Now, they cause you some issues and they're eating up a lot of your food. And this is true. Parasites use you as a host and they'll eat your stuff, your energy, your food. So you go back, castor oil. There was a lot of things that we did traditionally. We changed the way we ate during the season. This was traditional to help detoxify the body from things like parasites. Yeah, turpentine and sugar, which is actually turpentine is what pine trees are made out of. You know, the pine tree is a turpentine tree. Turpentine comes from pine. But most of this medicine, yeah, it was gross. Oh my gosh. Some things you couldn't even make it to the bathroom in time. It was so bad. But it was the only thing they knew to do to keep the parasite population low from within your gut. What I had learned from this experience is that it's the systemic parasites that live in different parts of your body that were causing the major illnesses. And that you could not use only the traditional herbs. You had to use minerals, essential oils, flower essences. We had to use these what they call rare earth ingredients, metals, or minerals. We had to use sound frequencies, light frequencies, magnetic resonance. I had to create this. It was all coming to me because it had been downloaded to me. It had been given to me in code. And I had to go through hell to find out what it was to create heaven. So for months, I was in the lab after this experience, realizing that there was some story, some prophecy about me coming to help people deal with parasites, not just physical, mental, spiritual, and physical parasites, systemic parasites, cosmic parasites, because that's what had happened on the planet. We've gotten so far into this place of being out of order because of the influence of beings that use us as a host. Let's get into it. Y'all all right? Everybody okay? Good. All right. What is a parasite? Let me get rid of some of these banners. My highest choice is that you have gone over to elevationtime.com and that you also have become members or join our subscriptions over at YouTube and following us on IG and Facebook. Let's talk about parasites. A parasite is an organism that lives in or on another organism called the host and obtains its nutrients, life force energy, and other benefits at the host expense. I'm going to say that again. A parasite is an organism that lives in or on another organism called the host and obtains nutrients, life force energy, and other benefits at the host expense. Parasites can cause harm to their host, leading to various diseases and infections. Examples of parasites include protozoa, malaria, helminths, tapeworms, and ectoparasites. Ectoparasites live on the outside of the body. Endoparasites live within the body. Ecto is out, endo is in. One of the most dangerous parasites is toxoplasma. Let's go back. There's these parasites called flukes, and they may live in the digestive tract, and we get most flukes from eating domesticated animal products. Domesticated means they live on a farm, they're fed by farmers, they can't live on their own. They're domesticated, they live within a dome, they've been programmed, they've been cloned, they've been created by man. So that's your dairy cows, that's your, commercial chicken, commercial turkeys, commercial farm-raised fish, even sheep. All those things that live on the farm and are waiting to be fed by the farmer who cannot live on their own in nature. No, cows that we use for dairy and food cannot live on their own. They're not like the buffalo. They can't live on their own. Pigs, pink pigs cannot live on their own. They have to be fed. They're not like the wild boar. In fact, the pig today, let's go back. The cow is a combination of a buffalo and an oxen. They used to call them beefalos, which is the Black Angus. You see, it's a restaurant called Black Angus. Those big black, cows are like of the first domesticated cows. The pig. Pigs were created in what you call Egypt or Kemet. It's a crossbreed of a African rat, which is basically a small boar. A wild boar is also boars. They're all from the rat family. An African cat and an African dog. Did you know this? The pig is not a natural animal. The pink pig. Think about it. Pink, and they look running around in the woods, just like, that's a target. It's not fast enough. It doesn't have the teeth. It's got to have a black skin and hair. Boar hair is very special. You can't even hardly bite through that. It knows how to protect itself. But the pink pig can't do that. It's made on the farm by the farmers. This is hybridizing. This is what they call animal husbandry. For those of you who would like to do the research, look up animal husbandry. That is a huge subject. I think it was a friend of mine was going to school to be a farmer in California. I think it was Occidental College that he was going to. And he was studying animal husbandry. And every time he came over, he'd have books and pictures of all these animals that have been created. Even the camels that they ride with the two humps, they say those are not natural camels. Those are made through making animals mate, and they do all kinds of things. The elephants that they ride, those are not natural elephants. These animals don't run away and they just serve man. Those are not natural. They just do whatever the farmers say. That's not natural. And if you're just going along with the world because this is what they told you, then you're not natural either. Talking about you living natural, but you're doing whatever the farmer wants you to do. The farmer. Who's the farmer? The people who control the pharmacies, the people who control government. They're all into having you become what? Enslaved. And they use your energy and your mindset. And you allow it. There's the key word. He would talk about the dogs. In the beginning, I think there was 5 dogs. Now you have all these dogs that can't survive on their own in the woods. They can't, because dogs they hunt in packs and they triangulate. They work together. The animals, the dogs today, they can't work together. They just bark all night and, live and protect you. Real dog would eat you. You look like protein. Cats. The cat that you call the kitty cat is not the same as a wild cat. In fact, you could tell because the wild cats, their eyes, their pupil is round. The domesticated cat, their eyes have a pupil that goes up and down like a snake. Very interesting. That piece. They were made in Egypt, along with the pigs. The Egyptians or the Kemites had more cats than anybody else in the world. We're going to get into that in a minute. Follow me now. So pigs are a combination of the cat, rat, and the dog. Hybridizing and crossbreeding is old. Another thing that they crossbred in what you call Kemet or Egypt is wheat. The original wheat, einkorn wheat, has very low. Have you all heard of this? Einkorn begins with E-I-N, I think, einkorn. You can buy it in the stores now. Has very little gluten. But all these crossbred Wheats are high in gluten. Gluten is a deadly poison. That's why you see this whole gluten-free movement. And you know gluten is deep because in gluten-free restaurants have to cook and make the gluten make sure the gluten stuff doesn't cross-contaminate with stuff that's not gluten. That's how deep it is. And gluten makes, flour makes glue. That's why they call them, pastries, paste. It's a glue. Old school glue was paste. It's a pastry. Parasites love that when you're full of gluten because you can't digest well, so you're full of shit. You're full of toxins, and it's rotting in your gut. Parasites love it. Let's keep going. Pigs are man-made. Chickens. This is not even hard to find. Chickens are bred. They say the modern chicken, please do the research yourself, is a combination of a jungle fowl, kind of like a buzzard, or they find a dead carcass and they say that you can tell when there's a dead carcass because you see the buzzards circling. They eat nothing but trash, basically. Not trash, but dead, rotting bodies. The chicken is a combination of a buzzard and the jungle fowl, kind of like a turkey. And there's several different ones that they use. So, do your research so you can go deeper into this. That's why chickens don't run away. Chickens can't protect themselves. If you leave a chicken out in nature, it can't really live. It needs seeds. It needs things to eat. It would die in the winter. They're not very intelligent. They have the smallest brain. That's why they call somebody chicken-headed, because you act like you have no brain. Look at the eyes of the chicken. You don't see any intelligence. You have to tell them to get in out of the rain, right? Otherwise, they'll just drown. Look up at the sky and water go in their nose. And then that's what the farmers always have said, that they'll drown in the rain. They may stay out in the cold, right, and not come in unless they're trained to do that. Now, some of my farming friends get upset right here. Please go do your own research. This is Dr. B's findings. This is Dr. B's research. If it's not your exact science, then you go do the research. You tell me where the chicken came from. Chickens eat shitkin. They eat waste. They eat maggots. No, Dr. B, they don't eat maggots. Look up maggot farmer. Somebody right now, go look up maggot farmers. And when you look up maggot farmers, which is a big thing in America, they tell you what they grow maggots for. Why would you be growing maggots? It's one of the most important foods for what you call domesticated chickens is maggots. And as you know, you can take a maggot and cut it up in 6 parts, and you'll have 6 maggots within a couple of days. So now the chicken done chewed it up. They don't chew that much because they don't have teeth. And they swallow the maggots down. And what do you think happens? You end up with maggot brain. Somebody put it in there. Wow, that's deep. Maggot brain. What do you think that Funkadelic was talking about on that first album called Maggot Brain? The average person has a maggot brain. The average person is dead waiting on dirt. The average person is like a zombie because they're being eaten alive from all these creatures. So you do the experiment. You get your best Tupperware. Get the glass kind, the kind that seals tight, and put your piece of raw chicken in there and leave it out. You got to do this in the summer because you need heat. Leave it out in the sun. And they say in 7 to 10 days, that Tupperware is full of maggots. Now, maggots come from flies. So did flies get inside the Tupperware, take the lid off, and lay eggs? No. The maggots came alive. They was living inside the chicken. That's why they call it chicken. CH is shitkin. Shitkins. There is a natural chicken now. I'm just telling you, that's not what you're getting at your Whole Food store. I'm talking about they organic. That don't mean nothing. Did they live on a farm naturally? Most likely not. Not today. You can't afford it anyway because you wouldn't buy it. We want stuff cheap. We want it quick. We want it fast. Next, you'll be able to buy your food from an app and it just pop up. You have a special little, 3D replicator like they had on Star Trek. You just type up what you want and this machine will make it for you. People will go for it. Just ease it on them real slow. Back in the day, microwave was, people knew, the mamas knew that this was deplorable. My parents knew in the beginning, well, a microwave, you're going to put your food in there? Because they had the sense of disgust that some nuclear radiation device was going to cook your food in half the time. Why not just put it on the stove? Because after time, people begin to slip. We begin to agree and let stuff happen. It's normal now. That's what we do now. And that's why people are mentally ill. Most of the people in the world are mentally ill. They're unnatural. Not everybody. Most of the people, the mainstream, has been lured into sleep and lured into eating themselves to death and eating things that eat them to death, and then complain about what caused diseases, and then take medicines and pharmaceuticals that have these side effects that are actually the effects, that are actually worse than the disease. I'm not saying all medicines are bad. I'm not saying all doctors are bad. I'm not saying all nurses are bad. I am saying that the system is programmed to cover up the symptoms of the shit that you done ate, and the habits that you've had, and the things that you've worn, and the chemicals that you've used from these air purifiers and these all of these chemicals that are in our life. This is deep, and we wouldn't have accepted this back in the days. In the 60s and 70s, people accepted less of this, but after time of what's normal and what your neighbors did, and you wanting to keep up with the Joneses, and they got a new microwave that can cook popcorn in 1 minute, you want it too. Yeah, somebody said it here. Contraptions. Make it easy. People want it easy. They want it quick. They want to push a button and have it be done. Well, say your prayer, because you're going to go quicker than you should. You're going to need to be ready to leave this system and get out of this world that's creating toxins in your body. So these animals, even sheep is a llama and a mountain goat. This is what I was taught. Now, if you can find something different, go do the research yourself. Sheep are not natural. So I don't know. You saw a picture of Jesus with a sheep around his neck, but who drew that? Because if what you're telling me is correct, there was no sheep. There may have been some goats, but not that little sheep that you're talking about that don't have no sense and can't live on its own. Sheep can't live in nature. The llama can. The mountain goat can. The Candyman can. What is that from? The Candyman. That's a crazy song. The Candyman. Whoa, that just hit me. Who can tell the starlight? Please find them lyrics. Somebody give me them lyrics. The Candyman. The Candyman can. Oh, deep. That's deep. That's deep. The Candyman song. What is that about? The Candyman. It'll sugar down everything. Make it taste good. Somebody mentioned corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup. It's in so many things. A whole lot of your honey out there is high fructose corn syrup. That's basically bastardized, burned, and chemicalized syrup and sugar from corn. That disrupts every bodily function you have. High fructose corn syrup. That's what they made that cotton candy from. Cotton candy? You're at the circus? Being confused? What are you eating as a child? What treats do you get? You treat your children with tricks because you love them? I remember I went crazy when they put me on that merry-go-round. I hated the merry-go-round. The music, first of all, used to mess with me. Do 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 do. That ain't no harmonically moving song. Do 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 do. Well, who made that? That's making me sick right there. The music. My sense of disgust was strong. And they put you up on this horse, and it's all shiny, and the horse got the animals got ugly faces. Ain't none of them smiling. They're ugly. Come on, little bee, get on. I would shit. I used to lose my mind at them spots. This is some creepy horror movie shit. And then we got to go through the horror house. Huh? You want me to go in there? Why would I need to go in there? I'm already scared of enough things. Sugar everywhere, candy everywhere to get you to be out of your mind. Whew. I got to breathe through this. I'm taking my time, y'all. Y'all got a little time because it's going to take a little minute to go through this. A little minute, a big minute. All right, let's be honest. So the foods that have been adulterated, the animals that have been adulterated through animal husbandry, which tells you man did this. This is man. This is not woman. This is man. Trying to make things cheap, trying to make more, a bigger yield, trying to keep things around so that they last longer. Like wheat. See, the iron corn wheat, the original wheat and the soft, what they call soft white winter wheat, they don't last as long. Bugs eat them. After a long time, they get moldy. The wheat we use in North America, it don't get moldy. Leave it out. No bugs are going to eat it. No mold grows on it. Insects are walking away from it, and you're going to make bread out of it. And you wonder why they eat all that wheat over in Europe and in these other countries, but they don't get fat. They don't have all the problems we have. They don't have autoimmune system problems because it's the wheat that you eat. We eat. Huh? We eat poison. Wheat. We eat it. Why did you eat it? Because they gave it to you. And that wheat is full of sugars, natural sugars, which shuts down your brain. And the gluten becomes gluteomorphines. I think that's how you say it, gluteomorphates, which actually causes you to lose your mind because it hits on the opium receptors that you got from your mother, from the mother's milk. And you crave that wheat because it gets you high, along with some sugar, which helps you go to sleep. And guess what? Parasites come because your immune system is so shut down. Your mind is shut down. You are not yourself. You're haunted. You're just barely alive. Parasites love that because these parasites come to thrive in a toxic environment. Para means beside. Life means beside. So parasites are beings that live beside you. They mimic you and use your energy. This thing is so deep. I'm only touching the surface of it. And some of you may be getting upset. That's all right. I'd rather for you to be upset and do a little research, because when you get angry, that's when stuff gets done. You go do that research and don't just see, we caught up in Google now. And Google now all of a sudden has the artificial intelligence thing on it. Right there, it pops up. First thing, artificial intelligence. You about to go with that too? After the microwave and the toxic poisons and the artificial ingredients and the additives and the preservatives and all this stuff and fake foods and oils that actually kill you. Look, soy oil, safflower oil, any seed oil has to go through so much processing that it becomes a toxic poison. The best oils for cooking: olive oil, coconut oil, both at lower heat. Avocado oil can be a higher heat. Beef tallow, and there's a few others. There's only a few, but you want to get away from the seed oils. Canola oil? It's in the health food stores? That one, just every time I see it, it just kind of, I look around. Anybody else notice this? Oh, no, it's got canola oil. Canola oil? What is a canola? Cano. You can know nothing else because you get dead in your mind when you eat canola oil, which used to be called rapeseed oil, which they used to use, well, they still do use it for the hydraulic systems of trucks because it doesn't break down. So if it doesn't break down in the hydraulic systems of trucks, after all that heat and pressure they go through, it doesn't break down in your body. They called it rapeseed because they said it would kill all the other plants around it. It would rape the soil, pull all the minerals out. And it was made illegal, I think, in the 60s. And they took it to Canada, played with it a little bit, and sent it back and called it canola oil, like it's from Canada. Don't blame that on the Canadians. This stuff clogs your system up, along with the animal grease and fat. Now you got bricks of toxins and poisons, solidified grease in your gut. Your septic system is clogged and it's going to overflow at some point. And when it does, they're going to call it heart disease, kidney disease, chronic inflammation, cancer, diabetes, mental illness, Alzheimer's, dementia. Y'all all right? So, when I was studying, I came across this parasite and realized that this parasite wasn't just like your average parasite. It was a master manipulator. Somebody said, where does vegetable oil come from? You tell me. What is that? Vegetable? Which vegetables? Usually, mostly it's soy oil, which is another oil that's going to create problems with your endocrine system, your hormones. No, you can go to Google. Didn't say that. Well, Google, you think Google is the truth? Who you think owns Google? No, it was the truth. It was on Facebook. F. No, it was on IG. F. Huh? BI. Who you think is controlling these platforms you on? Who? Come on, wake up now. Shake yourself. Wake up. Who is controlling these government platforms? You know, send me a message, a private message through Messenger. Dr. B, won't you answer me? Listen, I gave you the email. Oh, you can go to the website, elevationtime.com. There's an email there. You can email me, even a phone number. But you want to message me and want to answer back and mad because I don't answer you back. I got friends who I thought was friends. They must be frenemies. Going to trick me into sending a private note on IG. Ain't nothing private. Have you read the papers? Have you read the policies? Read it. You can't even read it. It's so much words. By the time you get through the first paragraph, you're dizzy and sleeping. Need some more sugar and some pork rinds and some macaroni and sneeze. And then you might go have something from Taco Hell and go get In and Out at the burger spot. It's a chicken place everywhere. Chicken everywhere. It's chicken. People's hooked on chicken. Number one consumed food in North America is chicken. And you wonder why you got maggot brain. Yeah, stupid. You got a gut feeling just before you bought whatever you bought. They ask you at the counter, "Do you sure you got everything you need?" They should say, "Are you sure you want everything that's on this conveyor belt?" Because some of the stuff you're consuming as a consumer, and if you're consuming more than you're producing, then you're just a consumer. It's all about commerce. And you don't know who's behind this. Where's my book? Let me see if I can find it here real quick. There's a book y'all need to know about. Where is it? It's called The History of Food. Where is it? Uh-oh. I hope it hasn't been borrowed. And I don't loan books out, but sometimes they get borrowed by mistake. Oh, man. I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Sometimes what you're looking for is really close. Take time and really look. The Food Chronology by James Traeger. The Food Chronology. Y'all got that? A food lover's compendium of events and anecdotes from prehistory to the present. And the interesting thing is when you look at the picture here, there's only fruits and vegetables on the cover. Ain't no animals, ain't no cheese, ain't that food pyramid with meat at the top, vegetables at the bottom. Who made that? Or is it bread at the bottom? Which one? The top, you're going to get you got to make that an all-American sandwich. Y'all know what a sandwich is? This book gets deep. And they start talking about the darn chickens and all the jungle files that was crossed together when they did it. And what's crazy? Let me see here. Y'all all right? They don't only talk about, they talk about the invaders going to places and who came in and what religions and what politicians created certain foods to control the people's minds. I just get the book. Treat yourself for the holidays. Food Chronology. And then there's another one. This one took me years to get. The Origins of Cultivated Plants by Alphonse de Candolle. The Origins of Cultivated Plants by Alphonse de Candolle. This is not on Amazon. The deepest stuff will not be part of those organizations. Wow. And there's certain foods that you think are natural. They're going to tell you, we've been looking for the original and it doesn't even exist. They tell you, even certain plants, they made them to control people's minds, to keep people complacent, to keep people sugared down and people to have, maggot brain. Have y'all heard the song by Funkadelic called Maggot Brain? It's one of the first Parliament Funkadelic songs, actually George Clinton's people, back in the day, Maggot Brain. And it's just music, so you figure like, oh, it's just music. No, the music is giving you a message. Have you been eaten alive by bugs? You know how many bugs are in your food? Some of them would actually be more healthy than the food itself. So don't be messing with the bugs. You scared of the bugs, but back in the day, folks ate beetles and all kind of stuff, and it was healthier than some of this stuff that you eating right now with 150 ingredients in it for one food. Do you read when you get to the grocery store? Do you stop and read some of these products? If you don't, it's because you got parasites. And the parasites don't want you reading because they will manipulate your thought process. They'll have you living in hell and making choices to feed them. And you think it's you. And you don't even realize that the you think you have has been gone and has never been around because your parents was affected by parasites. They was enslaved by parasitic people. They ate the parasitic diet. Diet is killing him. Die it. Kill it. Called it soul food. Food that sucks out your soul. They didn't say it was a good soul food. Soul don't mean it was good. It's sucking your soul, your electricity out. I ate them. I loved them. I knew it was the beginning of the end when we began to eat them chitlins that didn't chew. What is this? Chitlins. Oh, I'm a vegan, Dr. B. I'm way past that. I only did that when I was a kid. And you think that shit is gone? The shit is gone. Ain't that a song? The thrill is gone. The shit is gone. Isn't that by B.B. King? You know, I actually produced 5 songs on B.B. King. It was really beautiful. I never met him, but we worked on his music. The King of the Blues. Yeah. Very powerful message in his voice, B.B. King. Yeah, I worked on a lot of projects, and I was honored to do that. Some projects I worked on, I was really honored to do, like NDRE, you know, B.B. King. I did the, Solar's Greatest Hits. It was Shalimar, The Whispers. I remixed a whole lot of projects for them. Some of those projects were really gratifying for me, but it was some of this other stuff that we were doing that was just destroying our culture at the root. And it was created to be parasitic, to eat us alive. But the way that you agree to accept some of this is because you have a special parasite. And I would say that this parasite is the master manipulator of them all. You ready? And we find that almost all the domesticated animals have it, and the domesticated people have it. Are you ready? Toxoplasma. Toxoplasmosis is an infection caused by a single-celled parasite called Toxoplasma gondii. Excuse me. I haven't had no water. I haven't had any water since I've been on. Y'all got to remind me. Dr. B, drink some water. Somebody hit me up early. Dr. B, you got sleep in your eye. That's because I just woke up. You always got a little sleep in your eye. You got to check your eye now. Thank you for those who be looking out. Some folks let you have something be off with you, and they don't even tell you. They tell me they're your friends. I didn't want to hurt your feelings. You better let me know if I got sleep in my eye, if I hadn't had no water, if I'm about to eat something, some raw oysters. I remember the first time I ate them raw oysters, I was sick for 2 weeks. Raw. Because everybody else was doing it. We was drinking shots. Spirits. Shit. You about to step in some poo-poo? Let me know. Dr. B, watch out for the poo-poo. So we needed some poo-poo meters on our shoes. We need to make us some natural sneakers that have grounding rods in them, and they have poo-poo meters on them. So when you about to step in some shit, these little shoes, the little alarm goes off. Poo-poo, 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 poo-poo. When you hear poo-poo, you got to stop. Don't move, because you don't know where the shit's coming from. It may not be poo-poo on the ground, maybe poo-poo in the air, poo-poo in the mind, poo-poo in the atmosphere. You're in the atmosphere of poo-poo, shittiness. Yep. People say, I haven't laughed this hard in so long. Whoa, gratitude, Dr. B. I'm only a comedian and a musician. Don't take any of this personal. Most of what I'm telling you is not true, but it's exactly the way it is for me. It's what I see. Now, if you see something else, it's up to you. Toxoplasmosis, which is different than toxoplasma. Okay, let's get that straight. Toxoplasmosis is an infection caused by a single-celled parasite called Toxoplasma gondii. Not Gondii the guy. This is Gondii the bug. It is the leading cause of death from foodborne illnesses in the United States. Now, where did I get this? Artificial intelligence. It told me that. I just typed it in and popped up quick. I said, okay, we're going to grab this. Okay. The parasite can form cysts in the brain, which may disrupt neurotransmitter balance and cause inflammation. The parasite may produce toxins. They got to say may. I always say that may because, you know, we don't want to get in trouble by the law. So may gets you out of the law. The parasite may produce toxins that can alter brain chemistry. Studies have shown a higher prevalence of Toxoplasma antibodies. Let's say it again. Studies have shown a higher prevalence of Toxoplasma antibodies in individuals with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder. Now, we're going to need to take this a little slow. What did they just say? Because you'll let it slide if you don't take it and break it down and do some me search. Okay? Check in with yourself. The parasite can form cyst in the brain. What is a cyst? It's like a tumor. It's like a little housing. It's like a bus or a little shack full of these little creatures. They're living in there, partying, having lunch, eating dinner, and plotting how to control your ass. The parasite can form cysts in the brain, which may disrupt neurotransmitter balance. Do you know what a neurotransmitter is? Your nerves, your brain transmit electrical impulses. So your nerves and your brain material are neurotransmitters. They transmit nerve energy, electrical impulses, frequencies. You're talking about having a high vibration. These things got a real high vibration. Let me tell you something. Toxoplasma got a higher vibration than you'll ever have because they billions of years old. But they only came to the earth not too long ago. We're going to talk about that in a second. Which may disrupt neurotransmitter balance. This means your thinking and feeling will be out of balance, causing inflammation. Inflammation is swelling, it's heat, it's inflamed, it's hot. So when you have an inflammation, that area is hot because the body is trying to fix that, whatever is out of balance in that particular area of the body. Neurotransmitters out of balance and cause inflammation. You're inflamed. Sometimes anger is just inflammation. I'm hot. That's what you say back in the day. Shit, I'm hot as hell. Let's go down there. We're going to fix this. You're hot. You're inflamed. You're on fire. You're ready to fight. How many people are like that? The parasite may produce toxins that can alter brain chemistry. Hold on now. Hold on now. Hold on to your under and your outerwear. Bite down on your ego and breathe. Studies have shown a higher prevalence of toxoplasma antibodies, that means that you may not be showing the illness, but the antibodies means it's in you because your body, right? Antibodies are things that your body makes to try to fight from something that offended it in the past. This is how they know you might have a certain antibody for certain viruses. Every virus that you ever had, you still have. I'm going to say it again. Every virus that you ever had, you still have. And let me say another thing. This last big virus that came, everybody got it. Oh, Dr. B, I didn't take the shot. I ain't nothing about no shot. We talking about the original virus, which is cobra venom and a whole bunch of other stuff put together that got loose from a lab. No, Dr. B. Okay. All right. I just made it up. I'm just a comedian. Oh, no. Oh, Dr. B. Oh, my God. You're so funny. Shit. Everybody got it. There's a few people live way out in the forest somewhere. They didn't get it. They live with mountains all around them. But this stuff was in the clouds. It was in the water. People was passing it to person. You said, well, I never got it. You didn't know you got it. Sometimes you got stuff you don't even know you got. Toxoplasma is telling you don't have it. And the toxoplasma is causing the neurotoxicity in your brain to be off and you're out of balance. So you don't agree with a lot of stuff because your ego's huge. Toxoplasma. Stupid. Toxoplasma. Eating trash. Toxoplasma. Let me calm down. Calm down, Dr. B. Whew. I got to drink. Let me have a little lunch. Wow. That's spirulina. Frozen organic banana. Chia seeds, flax seeds. Coconut oil. Mango leaf. Moringa seeds. That's lunch. No, I'm not having a sandwich. Huh? Look up the ingredients of a sandwich and look at what you're eating. Your body don't even know what to do with a sandwich. Unless it's one of them European sandwiches because they don't have the high gluten. But your average sandwich, which has to do with which choice you're making. And you're going to end up in the sand, buried. The average person is dead, waiting on dirt. That's right. 2025, I'm not going to play no more. I'm going to give it to you for real. But we're going to make it fun. So the black helicopters and the new invisible drones don't come after my ass. Because they will. So Dr. B, what is he? He's a comedian. You see? He's just a musician. He's just having fun. Dr. B, you got me down on my knees. Stop it, Dr. B. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. I learned from Dick Gregory. I love y'all. Do you love yourself? Do you love yourself as much as I love you? Much love to you all. And I'd like to thank you all for being here during this time. We're not done yet, but I'd just like to thank those of you who may have to chime off, but this will be up on the internet for some time. Share it with friends and family because some of what you just did for the holy day was unholy. And what you finna do for the next holy day will be more of the same, unless you become the captain of your ship and get rid of these parasites and these parasitic ways. And we're going to show you how to do it. Let's go. This is the piece that blew me away. Studies have shown a higher prevalence of toxoplasma antibodies in individuals with schizophrenia. bipolar disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorder. Let's start with the last one, y'all. Dr. B, I don't have obsessive. Get it together. Obsessive compulsive disorder. How long can you go without your phone? Are you obsessed? Are you compulsive and you got to wait because it's going to ring and it's important? How many swipes have you done to read the daily news, to check Facebook, IG, Twitter, Twatter, Telegram, and the rest of these things? How often do you check? And your thumb just moves automatically. The children now are born with a special thumb, right? Mamas is giving birth to a child that knows how to swipe before they can talk. Have you noticed that? You have to find out what's going on. You got to read the gossip. You got to hear what done happened to such and such. You heard about such and such of them. They fell. They lost. They went down. They went to jail. They went to court. We found out such and such was a liar because they might have said something that some other people didn't agree with. And everybody else joined in and whooped his ass or her ass. We won. Because the whole thing is about competition. Who's stronger? Who's louder? Who's wilder? Is there some foods that you just have to have? Could that be considered a obsessive compulsive disorder? Before you go to bed, you got to check. I've had to check myself lately. I'm about to go to sleep. And I got to look and see the last few words on Facebook, especially Facebook and IG. Because IG, is just pictures. You don't even get a chance to know the whole story. People don't even read underneath. They just want to see the picture. Read what's in that post. Worried about the drones. The drones is all over the cities. What they didn't tell you is there's little round things that are going in between these drones, shutting them down. And when you see them things, you know them ain't drones, because drones don't move back and forth, up and right, up and back, up and right. What are those little round things? Nobody talking about that. They just talking about the drones. Get you all used to seeing drones over every city. Oh, we were just looking for some plutonium that fell out of a truck. Huh? How come that ain't on the news? Some plutonium fell out of a truck? You know what the hell plutonium is? A drop of plutonium the size of the head of a pin could take out a whole city. And some fell off a truck? What kind of truck is this? It fell out of a truck. Have y'all been listening to this shit? I mean, this stuff? This shite? Stop cussing so much. Ah, shit. It ain't cussing. It's real. The drones. UFOs. There is some beings from some other worlds, I'm telling you, who dropped off toxoplasma, right? And where did it go? Egypt. Okay, we'll get there in a minute. Most of our lives have been controlled like animals in a farm, and we are victims of obsessive compulsive disorders, from eating to drinking to thinking. All kinds of stuff is obsessive and is compulsive, and you are compulsively doing a lot of things and it's being triggered. Bipolar. When I grew up, they had bipolar. Remember that? That was when I was growing up. That's in the 60s. They had bipolar. Do you know how far we passed bipolar now? People got tripolar. That's 3. People got quadrupolar. What's 5? Pentapolar. 6, sexpolar. That's old nothing. Some people got sexpolar now. Ooh, yeah, you heard Jimmy got sexpolar disease. Yeah, he's under arrest. He's in a lot of trouble. He didn't had a little bit too much tell live vision. Toxoplasma can cause bipolar disorder. Y'all know this? This came from, I just took this. All of this came from your, what? Google. Schizophrenia. I want you to do your own research here. Never believe anything anybody says, because to believe means to follow blindly. I would like to say this again. Everything I'm saying here today is the research that Dr. B and Dr. B's team, because this information doesn't all come from Dr. B. We have a team who does research, and I pick through it and grab little pieces of it that I can remember. Some of it I can't even remember. There's so much of it that they're giving me. Schizophrenia? When you look up this, you're going to find, if you look deep enough, they're going to say up to 70% of the people have toxoplasma in North America. They say, I think it's 50% of people in the world, but 70% of the people in the United States, especially after 2019, 2020, 2021. Y'all have this book? This is Your Brain on Parasites. How Tiny Creatures Manipulate Our Behavior and Shape Society by Kathleen McAuliffe. Do y'all have this book? Some people don't read the whole thing because they get to the point where it gets too technical, so they skip the deep part. Just read the section on the parasites that manipulate your mindset. And it's not just toxoplasma. It's a special group of bugs that are called manipulators. They know how to manipulate the host and get you to do what they need you to do. And you feel like eating vegan is going to stop it, huh? That's a joke. That's like a comedy show right there. Dr. B, all I eat is green vegetables and a green apple. That's all I eat. I put it all in the blender. I don't have these bugs. Okay, I can tell you don't have them because you're saying you don't have them. That's right. Right on. More power to you. Schizophrenia? What is schizophrenia? And you can think you know, right? How many of y'all think you know what schizophrenia is? That's when people stand on a corner talking to themselves. You sometimes stand on the corner talking to yourself too. In fact, the difference between the person on the corner talking right verbally to themselves and you talking mentally to yourself, it's only a thin line. There's only a 1 degree separation between the people that is insane and the people that is outsane. You ever heard that before? Insane and outsane. I just created that. Insane people is inwardly, right, off balance and unclean with their thinking and unregulated. Outsane is people that's out with their insanity. I like that, insane. See, Jimmy over there, his cousin is insane, but Jimmy himself is outsane. What does that mean? Dr. B made it up. They made up the rest of this language. You can't make up your own words. I can't make up my words. Who made up this whole thing that don't even make no sense half the time? Speaking of negative and the positive, all in the same language. Don't, won't, shouldn't. It's both, back and forth, good and bad. Couldn't, wouldn't, int, and int. Should not, could not, would not. And you begin to agree with this way of thinking and you think you know what people mean. It's because we got a bit of mental illness. And I'm going to go to this next slide. And my highest choice is that you hear it and see it and do your own research on schizophrenia. Are you ready? What is schizophrenia? Schizophrenia is a serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally. Check the research. Y'all talking about y'all want receipts. That's the new thing. Hey, where's the receipts? Who wrote the damn receipts? You did a little research. I got the receipts. That's another type of schizophrenia where you think because you got what you call receipts and you found them on the internet. That's what I used to call it, the internet. That you feel like, it's valid now. I saw it on the internet. Half this stuff is made up. You can Photoshop. Back in the day, they used to white stuff out and change it and redact and reduct information. And you think that's the facts and those are the real receipts. Come on now. You better do a little bit of work in yourself. Some what? Me search. And then get with some other people that's doing some me search. And then now we can do some we search. Have y'all heard of that? We search. We work together and triangulate and put things together that make sense. Schizophrenia is a serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally. You watch enough movies and they're already interpreting reality abnormally just by watching it, by going along with it, by being entertained. Most of what you're seeing and hearing and have been taught is not reality. It's not actual facts. Most of what you learn, we're all from Africa. Listen, that is almost impossible. Not when the world was all one continent called Alkebulan or Negrita or the many names it was called, Pangea. Well, people weren't here then. How's the people that just got here in the last 100 years going to tell you who was here back in the day? You can't tell me what's going on in Compton right now, but you can tell me what happened 13 million years ago and who was here and who wasn't. Well, we found the oldest being possible was Lucy. We found her in Olduvai Gorge in Africa. The Leakey family, they found them. Leakey, I don't like their names. They Leakey people, and they never found nothing else, but they found Lucy. Said she was a small black monkey-like woman with a monkey-like brain. Maybe that was a monkey. But they wrote books and journals, and it was in the news, and they had a graph and a timeline of people on the planet based on Lucy. They dug one hole, and they knew she was there, and they found her, Lucy, and that was Eve. Oh, you got to be schizophrenic to even believe this stuff. Are you crazy? You're just going to go along with it. In your gut, it don't feel right. Your gut is trying to wake you up. The gut was trying to tell you not to eat them ham honks. What is a ham honk? First time you ate chicken as a baby, you threw up. They kept forcing it and then ground it with other things and just forced it down your throat. Now you got to accept it because that's what they told you to do. Most of these fake foods, when you was a child, you vomited. The baby threw up again. All right, what did the baby throw up? The baby threw up peas. We took peas. The Jolly Green Giant peas? They got a whole documentary to tell you how they made them. They were not natural. And how they created the Jolly Green Giant. Ho, ho, ho. Why you gotta be ho, ho, ho? Why you always calling me a ho? Santa Claus flying through there. Ho, ho, ho. Who's a ho? Tired of this. Call me no ho. Ho, ho, ho. I'm supposed to answer. Ho, ho, ho. Green Giant. Huh? You got to be schizophrenic No, Dr. B, you just going a little too deep right now. Come on, Dr. B. I'm being serious. Y'all laughing. People laughing. I'm very serious. Schizophrenia is a serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally. Well, what is normal? Who decides what's normal? I remember they said I had some abnormal thinking in school. I think it was middle school. They called in the psychiatrist or the psychologist, whatever he was. He had on a brown suit and a jacket. The jacket wasn't long enough. It was too high. It was up at his belt. He had on a tiny jacket. And I'm wondering, this dude with these hard shoes that don't bend, you could tell they never bent. And if he walked, they made this sound on the linoleum files, on a linoleum tile coming down the hall. Plap, 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 plap. Hi, little B. Come into my office. And it wasn't even his office. It was the nurse's office. And I must be sick if I'm in here with the nurse's office. The only thing she really had was Band-Aids and cotton swabs. She couldn't do no real operation. And they're going to ask me a question. And I think one of them questions was one of them, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something like the box and whether you're inside the box or outside the box. Where do you think you are? Why are you? What? And I was wilding back in them days. You understand what I'm saying? What the hell are you talking about? Look at you. What is happening with your hair? Is that a wig? Come in here with your real head. You know, go show guy, you got to put on a wig to make me think that you whole. You ain't whole. Your jacket ain't right. Who picked that jacket? And if your feet, right, ain't in some good shoes, and if your shoes ain't right, organic and natural, then you're not going to be natural because your shoes affect your whole body. Told me that I had some abnormal thinking because I was creative. And I used to stare at the bees outside the window and watch them. And they was organized in bees. I watched the birds out the window, the way they flew south all together. And all of a sudden they decided to turn left and the whole crowd of of birds flew left. Who's in charge? I thought that one was in charge. And when they turned left, another one was in charge. Well, who's really in charge? Nobody's in charge. The group is in charge. This is the kind of stuff I was studying. I was looking at trees out in the yard and how mold only grew on the north side of the tree. Did you know this? And how do the trees know when to use their leaves? And the squirrels, they out all year round. They could be 10 below zero and the squirrels is out getting nuts. They don't freeze. They only got a little bit of fur. Something's different about them. This is the stuff I was studying. They said that I was abnormal. How many of y'all are abnormal? And you have a different interpretation of reality. They will call that schizophrenia. It's a big word. Took me a long time to even pronounce it. I had to hear other people say it. Schizophrenia may result in some combination of hallucinations. Well, shit. That was the Peter Pan story. That was the whole thing about the tooth fairy coming in my house, going through the wall, carrying money through the wall, grabbing the tooth without waking me up, and leaving money under my pillow, and flying back out. You mean to tell me that you wasn't trying to inhibit my mind or program my mind to believe in hallucinogenics? And that was because, all of a sudden they brought out baby food and all those preservatives in baby food with that ugly Gerber baby. Yeah, that was baby's head wasn't right. And mama, how many of your mothers fed you that way? Instead of just taking an apple and putting it in the blender or smashing it up. Apple sauce. We just can't smash apples. We don't have that ability anymore. Your mama's lost the whole emotion of disgust. That this is disgusting. And then they kept the microwave. You're going to put the baby's food in the microwave? And give the baby a formula? This is right. This is wrong from the start. It started with our parents who was programmed by their parents and their parents. And it got worse and worse the more modern we got. So all of us got some issues here. Schizophrenia may result in some combination of hallucinations, delusions. Come on. Yeah, you can't make this up. Delusions. Some of this stuff that y'all thinking about is delusional. It's delusional. Some of these commercials, they tie right into your delusional mindset. Because you're not thinking with your gut. You're not thinking naturally. You haven't touched the soil enough. You haven't eaten enough natural food, or you haven't not eaten for a few days so you can clean your gut out. You haven't done enough cleansing and detoxification. You haven't got rid of the parasites, because toxoplasma will have you schizophrenic. And 50% of the people in the world and 70% of the people in the world, I happen to think that I'm including me, have schizophrenia. Maybe a milder form, not as bad as, Lucy Jane up the street, because she be out naked. That's bad. That's when it's real bad. She was out in the lawn, totally naked. And she's not a young girl. She had everything that a grown woman would have, but she was out naked. People are like, what? That's what proves it. Oh, shit. We got to call the ambulance. Because somebody was out naked. That's when you got a real problem. When you was out natural. And some of y'all that's eating these new diets and talking this new talk, this consciousness, everybody in the family is whispering, and she, he done lost his mind. He's into some weird stuff. He's in one of them new cults. He's in this new thing called conscientiousness or something. Something he's studying. He done went to see some dude who had a huge rock on his chest and wearing long cloaks and talking all that, stuff. And he done lost his mind. I think he's got a little schizophrenia and he's a little delusional. This is, right? The pot calling the kettle black. You get too natural, you sick. They will lock your ass up. Huh? Because most people have the parasite, which is controlling their mindset. A combination of hallucinations, delusions, and extremely disordered thinking. Let's just stop there. Extremely disordered thinking. Now, some of y'all became conscious and woke, so you've changed. But even just before you did, you was involved in some extremely disordered thinking, because that was the way of the world you grew up in. That's the way of the world. Let's put some new lyrics. We need to do a remix of some of these songs. That's the way of the world. So you just follow. In Rome, do as the Romans. In the United States, do as the United States do. The United Fakes. Sometimes it becomes the United Snakes. It ain't the country, it's the mindset of certain people. It ain't the land, it's not the problem. The land, the place is not the issue. It's the mindset that we've all joined into that we call normal. Extremely disordered thinking. You've been eating food that you know has been making you sick. That's why the baby threw it up. You forced that baby to eat that food. You was forced. You was forced to believe this stuff and memorize this stuff by heart that don't make no sense. How does 0 times 1, or 1 times 0 equal 0? Huh? Add it up. So you got one pencil or pen, and you multiply that times no pen, and you end up with the first pen disappearing. The times table. The times. Whatever they believe in these times, we go along with. The times tables. Something's wrong here. From the beginning, from the root, something's wrong. With your math system, with your language, arts, English. You mean to tell me that they want everybody to be driving an electric vehicle? Why? They've already said that if 50% of the people in America drive electric vehicles, the whole electrical grid would shut down because we can't make enough electricity. And the electricity that they're using is destroying natural things, fish in the water, radiation from these. They need more electricity. They can't handle it now. We're having brownouts all the time. More electricity. It's better for you. Just sit on a battery. Have you done any research on this? Do you know why the electric car, I think the first electric car was what, the 40s? Maybe the 50s? Do you know why they did away with it? Do the research. Why did they get rid of the electric car? Well, you know, these gas-powered vehicles are destroying the atmosphere. What's really, truly destroying the atmosphere is the poop, the gas, and the toxins from cows, chickens, and pigs. Get the movie Cowspiracy. And you want to see what's polluting the planet quicker than anything else? It'll blow your mind. You may not eat no animals, but they got eight cows for you anyway. How many billion people is on the planet? Am I going too deep on this schizophrenia? I don't think so. Because what you thought schizophrenia was and what it actually is, they're giving you the description. You just think you're normal and you don't have this. Because you're not like that person that you seen up the street that was naked and talking on the corner and took a poo-poo in somebody's lawn. I forgot which one. I think it was Mozart or one of them they said was schizophrenic or crazy because he used to play with himself naked outside somebody's window while looking in the window at their piano because he didn't have a piano. Did y'all know this? I think it was Mozart. Check me. It was one of them. This was before you knew who he was. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You might not know what that means. That might have meant that he was coming to a point. Whew, I just created that. That was pretty good. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's great music. You don't even know. You have no idea what that really means. Is this good or is this good? Just giving you something to think about. You know, don't mind me. Live your life. Extremely disoriented thinking and behavior that impairs daily functioning. How many of y'all have impaired daily functioning? You might not me. That's because you may not know what natural daily functioning is. And it can be disabling. How many of you are disabled? You figure a person that's lost limbs or they've got some illness like Alzheimer's or many other things. They can't do the things you do. They're disabled. Person with ADD, autism, you figure like they're disabled. If you was abled, you wouldn't be in the shit you in now. The disability to create freeness and joy and harmony. That's a disability. To recognize when something is whooping your ass. That's a disability. To recognize that what you're about to eat is about to eat you. It's a disability. So be careful with the judgment. Because they said I was disabled. Obviously, it's worked out for me. Oh, gosh, you got to laugh. Some people with schizophrenia require lifelong treatment. Oh, wow. That means that somebody got to take care of you.
That's why the government needs to take care of you, because you can't make choices on your own. That's why people make decisions for you, because you may not have the ability to make decisions and choices on your own, because you is out of your natural mind. And then somebody talking about, according to this definition, I'm gonna need my disability check like everybody, like yesterday. And that's another thing. They give you a check to be disabled, right? Don't become able all of a sudden because they take the check away. You got to be careful. Some people getting checks to be sick. What they call it, a crazy check. I know a lady right now. She gets all these checks. She goes into the office. She starts acting crazy before she even go into her appointment. She got this down. It's real, because I thought it was real. Because when I met her, right, she was, she was in the mode of getting ready to go in and do her acting job and get this crazy check. I found out this is one of the most intelligent, sane, natural people I've ever met. She may be here today. If she's here, she know who she is. She gets crazy checks. She gets insurance, and she slips and falls in grocery stores. And the soy oil fell, and she walks and slips in it and slides, and she sues them. That's how she lived. And then she's in court. She's her own lawyer, and she knows all the law. And she's sitting here, well, Your Honor, look at the person to your left and tell me if that person seems as if they haven't been harmed by the soy oil in aisle 14. Now she's talking about herself, because she's so intelligent that she's her own lawyer and attorney, which are two different things. So you got to be careful desiring a crazy check. You might want to check in with yourself. So this is the short piece. They're saying that up to 70% of the people in the United States has toxoplasma or toxoplasmosis. Toxoplasmosis is actually affecting your physical body. It's like a bacteria or a virus. Fevers, inflammation, digestive issues. Toxoplasma is the parasite living in your brain in the amygdala. The amygdala is the part or two parts of your brain that give you judgment and help you focus and process emotions. Now, what I've been doing today, you may not have known it. Some of you know. I've been doing a subconscious alignment on everybody. I'm getting your conscious mind and your subconscious mind to wake up and come together and make a new choice. If you do enough of that, toxoplasma doesn't have control, so it'll leave. Or it actually won't leave. It goes into a cyst, which is a quiet place, and at least it shuts down for a while. It's not just from the food that you eat. It's in the environment. %50 of the people in the world and 70% of the people are under full control of the mind masters. And they know that schizophrenia keeps you domesticated and thinking very small. And it keeps you delusional, extremely disordered. Your behavior is off. It impairs your daily functioning. You're hallucinating. And you've made some choices that didn't make any natural sense, but you did it anyway. Are you ready to change this? And we're not just talking about a few people, most of the people, including the conscious, the woke, or the super intelligence that most people feel they have. Most people are having a virus of the mind. It's a really good book, Virus of the Mind. by Richard Brody. And what this talks about is memes. Memes are socially agreed upon ways. It's a book, Virus of the Mind, that talks about the things that you've agreed on because society said it's okay and it's normal. And they use this in commercials and foods and everything, even in your health food. Some of the things that you think are supposed to be really healthy because they kept telling you are healthy are actually not, they're just as toxic. Prenatal vitamins. I mean, they don't even melt. They don't even break down. They don't even digest. And women are taking these prenatal vitamins. And now there's research that says that this may be a problem in the health of the woman after she's given birth, mentally, physically, and spiritually. There are natural versions of a prenatal vitamin, but why you got the woman taking this stuff that's not natural? You got to do research. Virus of the Mind. This book talks about the things that you've agreed upon and that you go along with that are actually viruses given to you by the controllers. It works because of toxoplasma. This is all about biological warfare, y'all. Microorganisms like viruses, bacteria, parasites, fungi, protozoa, or toxins produced by them that give rise to disease in man, animals, or plants when deliberately dispersed in an area to create illness or cause death. Biological warfare. That's been going on a long time. Individually and collectively. Certain countries, certain nations, certain neighborhoods. You want a housing project, you want to get the people out of there, fly over that sucker with a helicopter or now a drone and drop off a vapor, a mist of some sort of biological warfare. A lot of the parasites that we're talking about today, some of them have been produced through biological warfare. They're superbugs. These superbugs are not affected by your colon cleansing herbs and by your colonics and all the rest of that stuff. They're superbugs. They've been created in labs to get rid of or to change the thinking of people. This is what your chemtrails are about. They ain't just changing the weather. They say, well, they're just for weather control. They've admitted that now. Well, what do you mean weather? Weather is just not the rain and the snow and the sleet and the sun. The weather has to do with the people, whether they're acting in their natural minds or not. How do you control the weather? You control the people because the people's minds control the weather. Weather is changing because people are changing. Let's become a part of the atmosphere and the weather. We can control everything, just like the butterfly that makes small changes that changes everything. Is this good? Yeah, like the bird flu. What the heck is that? It's back again, the bird flu. They got the cows got bird flu. They got pigs and chickens got bird flu. I thought it was only the flu for the birds. How does a flu for an animal all of a sudden cross into other animals? Then you eat the animals. They call that zoonotic transmission. Every year, this damn bird flu. Zoonotic transmission. So the cat has something and the dog has something that the family who live with the dogs and cats end up with. This is how a lot of these parasites cross from animals into humans. What do you think was happening with the pilgrims? How'd they get here? On those boats. Traveling for weeks and weeks and months on the ocean, living down in the cargo hold. There wasn't no ocean luxury liners. These people was castaways, stowaways. Some of them were chased out because of religious, beliefs. Some were the worst criminals of Europe. And a lot of them had black plague, bubonic plague, whatever color, brown plague, mental plague. And they got on boats and came here. And they got on the land. And they were living down in the cargo hold with animals, chickens, pigs, dogs, donkeys, for months. And the diseases that the animals had crossed into humans. Do you know where syphilis comes from? Sheep. I met some farmers once. We was working in the studio, and these guys was farmers. And they said sex with sheep was better than sex with a woman because they don't talk back. What? And these cats they looked at me like, this ain't no joke. Feels the same to me, even better. Hoo-wee! Huh? And let's say, your grandparents did it. Somebody's grandparent who's now one of your parents, because you don't know who your real people really is, because you're looking at that family tree, and sometimes the tree, some of the limbs of that tree are not on the family tree. Somebody's crossed into your family who may have been sleeping with somebody or something else. Somebody may have had a deal that you don't know about. And that has crossed into your family lineage. And you wondering why you is off. It's because you got a genetic fluke. You got something been riding with the family. A genealogical disease, a parasite, a ghost that's been eating you and your family alive. And you're going to have to detox that deep from your system. Otherwise, you will become like them. You had Dracula in your family. It's real people who had rabies. Rabies, y'all. People with rabies who got bit by a dog or an animal with rabies, they become rabid and they crave blood and meat and go bite other living things, passing the parasite from person to person. No, Dr. B, that ain't in my family. We didn't do that. You don't even know your family. You think you know your family. You don't even know that your uncle ain't really your uncle. That's really a friend from the street that took over after you was, left. They look like me. Well, you look like them too, because y'all been acting the same, walking the same. You take on the same vernacular and the same look. It's like two people been together for 50 years and they started looking the same. Do y'all hear what we talking about today? My highest choice is this is very entertaining. Have a little fun, Don't take it so serious. But I would do something about it if it's hitting you in your gut. If your sense of disgust is strong, you'll be ready to change this. And not with your regular old parasite cleanse. Those are great. Not telling you not to do it. We don't have them here at Elevation. We ready to go deep. How deep you ready to go? The mothership. Y'all keep hearing about the mothership. Swing down, sweet chariot, stop and let me ride. You heard that song with Parliament Funkadelic? They're talking about the mothership landing. George Clinton will come out the mothership. They're talking about the mothership is coming. The mother plane, the wheel within the wheel that they was talking about in the Bible. The mothership. Well, it might be a big mothership, but do you know about the little micro mothership that lives in people that came from animals? In this picture, in the middle, you'll see a little UFO looking thing. It's got a special name. I can't pronounce it. It's all in Latin. This thing is called the mothership. It actually flies through the liquids of your body. There's 7 different types of fluids in your body. And underneath, you can't see it because the picture's too small. There's little hairs or little egg sacs that hang underneath that little hood. And it lays these animals, egg sackets, and some egg sackets. Some of these things, I was told that some of these little beings are the pilots of the mothership. You look at the front, looks like a crab, you know what I'm saying? This is in your body. You think some cloves gonna get this? Now that's delusional. Black walnut? Huh? Wormwood? colloidal silver, golden seal. Golden seal actually makes a lot of these parasites stronger. They love that because it just blows up your gut, your intestinal bacteria. You should only use that in emergencies. Look at this. Go look it up. I got this off. This is off the German websites because they did the most research on this stuff back in the day and named them. Some of them look like beautiful little snowflakes. These things will kick your ass. Look at this little one down here. It looks like an upside down octopus. What? Some of them are pilots. This is what they told me. They said one of these can lay up to 5,000 eggs an hour. The mothership, a parasite spaceship, intelligently driven. You think these just dumb little bugs, huh? They build this thing. It's like an ark. No, Dr. B, you're going too far. All right. All right. Protozoas. You know about protozoas. You don't know about those in school. They taught you about that. What they didn't tell you is there's certain protozoas that do nothing but drink blood. And you wonder why you got an iron deficiency. Well, it's the hookworm, yes, but also these protozoas. There's protozoas that just drink blood. And these parasites, they're not just eating, they're leaving waste in your system. And the protozoa don't live in your digestive tract where them herbs you're taking for parasites are what? Concentrated. They live in the blood. How many blood-borne diseases do we have in North America? Almost all this stuff is based on the quality of your blood. And they eat iron. You wonder why you're anemic. Because you got some things, right, living in your blood that you're feeding. You don't just feed them by what you're eating. You feed them by what you're not eating. You feed them by your thoughts. If you got too much acid in your system because you're having acidic thoughts and you're mad and angry and fearful all the time, you feed them. Because you don't feel joyful. Your immune system only works 100% when you feel joyful and complete. Wow. And the cyst. We talked about cyst earlier. Here is a drawing of a cyst. It's down to the bottom. Looks like the walnut-shaped thing. All the way to the right, it has a doorway or an orifice. And these little bugs, or these little things, when they, feel danger, when they feel like something is attacking them, like you cooking food because you feel like you could cook these parasites out your food, some parasites can withstand up to 1,500 degrees. Your stove goes to maybe 500. And most people's stoves are not calibrated right, so they only go to 400. That means that they feel heat. They're very intelligent, so they swim inside this thing. They all go in here. And in here, you can see highways and freeways and landing pads. And it looked like a little thing for them to jog back and forth here around in the coil. This is where they live when they are attacked. This thing can withstand 1,500 degrees. And it's on vegan for these things, I'm telling you, are in all the foods. They're in the atmosphere. They are normal. They've been here longer than you. And look at this one. This is just embarrassing. Schistosoma mansoni. Some smart people always come and they tell me they've studied this in school. They're biologists. But Dr. B, you're not saying it right. Look, I might be a little dyslexic. I may not have studied English the way you did. I'm going to look at this word and I'm going to say schistosoma. Where does it live? In shit. So it makes sense to me. And it creates shit. And then it moves from your large intestine into your other organs. And guess what? On the right, there's a mouth. It's open. always eating, always hungry, just like most people, always hungry. Eating lunch, talking about what they're going to eat for dinner. At dinner, thinking about what they're going to have for snacks while they watch television. While they're watching television, just before they go to bed, they thinking about what they're going to eat for breakfast. Then what is this thing that looks like a tennis racket underneath the mouth? I asked the scientists. They said, well, that is the vagina. Huh? Yeah. So close to his mouth? Yep. Animals are different than us. And what is that thing below the vagina then? That's the penis. What? It's a hermaphrodite? It's got both. It don't need nobody. Home alone. It's not waiting on a date, trying to wait for the right person to come along. It's not trying to have a relationship and get you to promise some lies to them. It's not waiting on Valentine's for some seized candy. It's not waiting for you to bring them gifts. It's not waiting to show up on a website looking and smiling in line and wearing makeup, cake up, wigs, weaves, fake butts, and all of that. It don't need that. Eyelashes, it don't have none. It's real. This is a superbug. It has intimacy with itself and just duplicates itself. And guess one of the things that causes it to proliferate? You being out of balance and being angry and upset and fearful, which what? Shuts down your immune system. And some of y'all should know the most famous worm of all, the hookworm. This is where the concept of Dracula comes from. It hooks in to the small intestine, which is where a lot of your blood is made, and drinks blood. And it's never alone. They don't hang out alone. They're not alone. They like company. One hookworm, and I think what they said was a cc or 2 a day of blood. You know, doctors be taking those vials of blood. They drink that every day. Oh, you don't have them? Well, how you know you don't have them? How come most, especially people who have high melanin in North America, are anemic? So that's black, brown, and red folks. Anemic. Doctor keep telling you you're anemic. But what they didn't tell you, that you may have protozoas eating your blood and drinking your blood, hookworms. Do they even look for this? No. Because the new doctors may not study this. This is an elective. I'm almost done, y'all. I'm going to let y'all go in a few. What are these pictures? I got these from Google. The picture on your upper left, these are called waste pools. This is the waste from animal factory farming. This was a lake. It is a lake. Ain't nothing living in that lake but trash, poop, and peep from thousands and thousands of factory farmed animals. Do you think that water just stays there? Because after a while, it goes down. Where does it go? Down into the water table. It's seeping into the water table. Some of the vapor is evaporating up into your environment. Some parasites are so small and so tiny that they can float on the air molecules. Maybe not the molecules, but, you know, they float. They get sucked up in the clouds. No, Dr. B, you're exaggerating now. Go do the research before you tell me I'm exaggerating. You just may not want to hear it. Some parasites are on particles in the air, and it's all kind of particles in the air, and it's things living, whole planets, whole universes on little particles in the air that you breathe. So shut up until you do the research. Picture on the right. What the heck is this, Doc? Well, this looks like a pig farm. And the pigs are outside the little house here, the little building. And outside that is the waste that they're emitting. They're swimming. They're going to go get a nice summer's bath in the waste pool. Now, you can't hardly see it, but the picture on the very, very right is parasites living on this thing that's floating in water. I mean, pigs. The bottom picture. These houses are where they keep animals. I'm not sure which ones. But these purple little pools, and y'all have seen them from airplanes, looks like purple little water, are waste pools. This water is seeping out into the water table. In the places like in North and South Carolina and in the Chesapeake Bay area, they have so many farmed animals that this water trickles out into the rivers and tributaries and streams in the nearby area. Sometimes goes underground. And when it does, it kills most of the natural life in those rivers and streams and tributaries, but it's all going out to the ocean. All streams and tributaries and rivers go to the ocean. So this stuff, a certain amount of it is being carried to the ocean. How y'all getting rid of it? Y'all taking it out in space and dumping it? No. Shit, people hungry. They don't care nothing about that. Feed the people. When it gets to the ocean, it creates what they call the red tide or the brown tide. Please look that up. Red tide, brown tide. All along the eastern seaboard. And it goes downstream all the way to Florida and down into parts of the Gulf of Mexico. If you look up the brown tide or the red tide of Florida, they're going to tell you these are a combination of bacteria, fungus, and just pure toxins that have come from the tide down from the northern seaboard all the way from up near Washington, D.C., Delaware. That's some of the nastiest water in the world. Don't worry, in the summertime, they're going to dye the water, make it look good for y'all so you can go in there and swim. I remember my father called me one day. He says, well, you know, this summer we can't go to the beach. I said, what's going on, Dad? Oh, we got this parasite in the water down here. You know, we can't really swim. You know, there's no swimming on the eastern seaboard. I said, what are you talking about? There's something they call Fisteria. Fisteria. What is that? Please look it up. It's pH, Fisteria. Look it up. Don't believe Dr. B, because Dr. B's a little sick. He's crazy. He's got dyslexia. Or whatever else they said I had, because I'm abnormal. He's got too much time on his hands. Think about that. That boy got too much time on his hands. What the hell does that mean? He got time on his hands? Some of this stuff don't even make no sense, but we be going along with it. The reason why they got in trouble because they had too much time on their hands. Oh my gosh. Too much. How many of y'all got too much time on your hands? You need to get a good job and go to work. I was playing music all day. They said it was too much time on my hands. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Yeah, drink some water. Thank you. Oh, dyslexia. That's right. I got a little extra mucus because I'm laughing and coughing and ain't drinking enough water. I'm human, y'all. I'm in a human body. Yeah, I had a little grease in my eye earlier. I got it out, okay? Yeah, I go through issues and things. I got issues in my tissues, just like the rest of y'all. Whew. Brown tide, red tide. Every time I have gone to Florida and swam in the ocean or just put my feet in, I have gotten sick. I'm just going to leave it at that. And I have family members who the same thing has happened. They go down there, it's beautiful water, looks great. You swim in it, and all of a sudden, you got the grip. What is the grip? That's what he'd call it back then. You know, he done caught the grip. What is the grip? Something's grabbing on you. Parasites. Cryptosporidium, I'm almost done. Cryptosporidium and Giardia lambia. Cryptosporidium and Giardia lambia is in almost all of the tap water in America. Because these brown tides and all this stuff and what they call these black mountains out in the west, which is cow feces, which doesn't break down because it's not totally digested. So they pile it up into these little mountain hills. And this parasite, Cryptosporidium and Giardia lambia, is something that's trying to break them down. And Cryptosporidium, look at the one at the bottom on the left, looks like a snail. That thing changes every time you look at it. It knows when it's being viewed. And the one on the right is Giardia lambia. Now, there's many different pictures of these on the internet, but they pass from water, from animals. They're showing you here the lifestyles. So we all have it. You can't get away from it, but you can detoxify from it. And I want to go back to Fisteria. I didn't finish that story because I had some foolishness come through, some jokes. I used to say, you're just being foolish, Dr. B. Okay, I'm a little foolish, but I know some things that y'all may not. Fisteria is a parasite that is another one that is morphogenic, which means it changes every time it's being viewed. So they didn't recognize it at first because every time they looked in the microscope, they saw something different. It got into the fish on the eastern seaboard of the United States. And the fish had little holes in their bellies, little like herniated spots, looked like it was eaten out of. And the fish would be going around in the water in a circle, and they were lost. They didn't even know they were fish anymore. Some of them just beaching themselves. How many animals are beaching themselves now? Huh? How many animals then forgot who they are and they're trying to get up out of here? Or trying to, do suicide because the water's so nasty. Because all of our shit and toxins and with the animals and all this is going to the ocean, along with the drugs people are taking that they're peeing out. This was supposed to be a 3-hour talk today. I guess I'm going on. But I'm just going to finish up. Fisteria, please look it up, ended up in the fishermen. And they found fishermen boats going around in circles or just going with no direction in the ocean. And when the Coast Guard found them, the fishermen and the captains of the ships all had the same little circle of like this little herniated circle on their bellies, and they lost their minds. They didn't know who they were. The fish in the water didn't know who they were anymore because it controls the mind. Fisteria. It controls your mind so that you just don't do what you're supposed to do, and they just eat you. They just live in you. They ride with you. Fisteria. I think it's PH fist. Yeah, it's one of them funny ones. I used to have a slide, but look it up. Fisteria. Okay. Is this good or good? I guess y'all still there. It's like over 500 people here, so I'll keep going just for a little more. Because people want to know, why should I cleanse, Dr. B? I took my stuff. I got my colon cleanse. I did a colonic. I ain't telling you not to do none of that. You might need to do that also. But this right here is next level. So I talked about toxoplasma, which will keep you doing things to get those other parasites so that your body's always at war. That's how intelligent it is. Infected by the parasite toxoplasma, which affects up to 75% or more of the world's population, is associated with an increase of severe mental health disorders, most schizophrenia. We talked about that earlier. Personality disorder, blah, 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 blah. vision, seizures, vision changes. But look at it. They show it here, how it starts out in a cat's body because it can only reproduce in a domesticated cat. Then it ends up in the water, or it ends up in the field, or it ends up in mice. Mice forget they're mice and they're not even afraid of the cat anymore. Please look up the work of Dr. Sapolsky, Dr. Robert Sapolsky. Robert Sapolsky, Sapolsky, Dr. Robert Sapolsky is one of the top biologists on the world, on the world. Well, on the world or in the world, but it's both. Because the world is a spaceship. We'll get to that in another talk. He was on Joe Rogan, but he has a bunch of videos. He is one of the top biologists who talks about toxoplasma. And once again, the book, This Is Your Brain on Parasites, one of the main stars of the book is how toxoplasma is affecting people of all kinds, no matter what you eat, all over the world. This is the CDC. I got this from the CDC, the Center of Disease Control, or my old friend used to say with the Center of Disease Causation. He used to always have stuff he would say that sounded kind of harsh, but interesting thing to think about. There's Pfiesteria, a genius of dinoflagellates, including Pfiesteria piscicata. I'm not saying it right. Found in the waters, especially along the middle and southern Atlantic coast of the United States, that produces a toxin which causes skin lesions in fish that feeds upon the lesions and sometimes causing large fish die-offs, and that may cause symptoms as skin lesions, memory loss in humans exposed to the toxins. Pfiesteria is caused by sewage or chemical spills, red and brown tides, infections, and other environmental changes. Do you see these pictures? Each time they looked at the thing, it would change. And the last picture looked like a person from above blowing on something. Huh? All these parasites are deep, y'all. You think you're going to outsmart them with your average colon cleanse, with your average parasite program. I'm not saying don't do them. I'm not talking against them. I'm saying there's another level of this that a lot of people didn't realize. And this is a lot of the information that came to me in 1996 on the Carnival cruise boat, when I realized that a lot of this stuff is like alien creatures. And you might think that these are not aliens. Who said they weren't aliens? What does an alien look like? You know what they look like? Well, they're flying in ships. They don't need to fly in ship. If they're flying inside of you, they're flying in ships. Get it? Shits inside your body, in your blood. There are alien creatures that are so tiny, you can't even perceive them. Whole planets, whole solar systems inside of one cell. Whew. Some of y'all say they've seen this firsthand. These things mutate. They change based on the frequency. And when you start looking for them and hunting them, they change again because they are masters of survival. Tapeworms end up in your brain. You've heard about a lot of people in the news. They thought they had a tumor. They opened up and a worm came out. You don't think that's affecting your thoughts? How you know you don't have a tapeworm in your brain? I don't, because I went to the doctor. The doctor ain't checking for this. Unless you come in with a, brain disorder, and they're going to put you under some radiation and throw some other stuff on you. But they don't study this for the most part. You got to go to a parasitologist. And there's a new section of science called parasitology, where they're studying how parasites control your thoughts. Some of the parasites is messing with you right now for studying this, for even reading this, for talking about this. They are very intelligent. Let's keep going. I'm almost done. I'm getting messages that Dr. B, your time is up. They let me know. Whew. They're saying this couldn't be posted on YouTube because it was too long. Oh, well. You got it live. Parasite symptoms: depression, negative thinking, schizophrenia, insomnia, confusion, sugar addictions, loss of motivation, loss of sense of self, chronic anger or fear syndrome, Is that a syndrome? Chronic anger and fear syndrome? Y'all know about that? Self-harm syndrome. That means doing some things that's going to damage you and you don't even want to stop and figure out what you're doing. Anemia, hormonal imbalances, heart disease, high or low blood pressure, cancer, diabetes, low energy, menstrual problems, vaginal infections, sexual infections. Now, when they say vaginal, we didn't mention the penis, but there's stuff to be living in the mouth of the penis. Like this one parasite called, what is it called? Uriplasma, which is toxoplasma's cousin. Uriplasma will have you having sex with somebody you shouldn't be having sex with, but you love them. And they make you smell good, and you're attracted to them. There's another thing these parasites, especially toxoplasma, will do, along with uriplasma. They make you attracted to something that's not good for you. You love them. Oh my God, it's so sexy. That's the parasite causing you to be attracted sexually to somebody or something which is not good, not evenly yoked, not in balance with you. They sound good. They wear great clothes. They're real conscious. They had locks. They had a big mind. They was fine. They had huge camel-like eyelashes. Oh my God, it was beautiful. They had giant breastises. Oh my God, I just love them. You better clean yourself up and clean them up too before you get involved in anything. Heart disease, high or low blood pressure, cancer, diabetes, low energy, menstrual problems, vaginal infections, sexual dysfunction, over and underweight, drooling while sleeping, itchy ears, nose, and anus, epilepsy. That's a lot of times parasites in the brain. Liver problems, loss of appetite, chronic hunger, unclear vision, mentally, physically, and spiritually, grinding of the teeth, gas and bloating, chronic fatigue syndrome, pain in the joints, allergies, fatigue, chronic food and drug cravings, rash, pimples, things floating by the eyes. Those floaters, parasites in your eyeball. If you got parasites that you see in your eyeball, when you look up at the wall or the sky and you see them little squiggly things swimming by, you see they're very conscious because they stop and swim and turn left and turn right. Those things are sentient. If you got them in your eye, they're throughout your body. And you tell me how the stuff you're using in your colon is going to get rid of them. Okay, we're almost done. So what we created in 1996, actually early 1997, was the Elevated Total Body Program. Actually, no, let me not say that. The Elevated Total Body Program is newer. It's actually much later than 1997. This one was created to help us on another level with parasites. This one is for systemic parasite eradication. Systemic parasites are ones that live throughout the body. They're different than colon and digestive parasites. It's a whole nother classification. They're superbugs. Okay, detoxification at a cellular level. Now it helps eradicate physical, energetic, and non-physical parasites because we discovered some things in the last year that actually helps eradicate those type of parasites too. We didn't get deep into those today. Well, we did. Actually, we covered a lot of it. Toxoplasma and superbugs increase energy and vitality, boost immune system, weight reduction, improve digestion. Some people need to gain weight because they're too thin. Clear thought, peace of mind, enhance overall wealth and healthness. Ooh. Wealth and healthness? Is that what some of these companies are into? Yes. Wealth and healthness. You think it's health and wellness. Flip it around a little bit. It's only about the big money, these big corporations. Be careful. This program has how many products in it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 products. Because you've got to also, instead of just detoxing, you've got to feed the system. You've got to replace what you're moving out. So it's got to be something that gives you nutrition and removes toxins. Most cleanses are stripping the body of essential nutrients. And unless you're well informed, then you may not know how to add them back. So in here, we have herbs that just are for the blood. There's essential oils in here because in order to deal with toxoplasma and superbugs, herbs won't do it because they don't pass into the blood-brain barrier. So they're protected. So you've got to do that through essential oils, special ones, because some of them won't pass either, but also flower essences. Flower essences are a very special group of things. We're using magnetic resonance. We have crystals that we keep in these special copper pots, making crystal elixirs. And we use Reiki energy and light energy to superimpose the energy of changing the frequency of the blood. To deal with these superbugs, you have to change the frequency of the blood and also detoxify the lymph system. So this program has herbs for all the different systems of the body. And in order to deal with superbugs, you have to have certain mushrooms, certain medicinal mushrooms. There's a certain group, not all of them, a certain group that can actually look for foreign DNA. Only mushroom and mycelium we know of that can do that. So it's not only herbs, it's several things. And there's also a tooth powder to help get rid of the parasites in your mouth, because if you get rid of them throughout your whole body, they move to the mouth. That's their taste in the morning in your mouth. They live in your gums. And they wake up and you thought you killed them, but all you did was make them run. So everything is in this. A liver powder. There's one program for women and there's one for men because the biology of each of us is different. There's something to help you sleep because when you're getting rid of parasites, you're going to notice that you may be edgy and gassy because the dying parasites emit ammonia gas into your system. Ammonia gas will keep you edgy. So the tranquility is to help you sleep, but also to help get rid of that ammonia gas. There's a mild colon cleanser. Doesn't need to be strong. There is New Life, which has all your minerals, right? People are talking about the sea moss and all that. It has sea moss and more. It actually has kelp, which has more minerals than sea moss from the research that we're finding. It has 2 bottles of the Paracleanse, a bottle of the Master Mushroom Tonic, and also a special vitamin C, which is, for most people, it's going to be 200 times stronger than your average vitamin C. This is called the Elevated Total Body Paracleanse Program. Now, remember, this is the one that deals with the toxoplasma, the superbugs, and helps eradicate the energetic and the non-physical parasites. Those are like ghosts. Yes. Now, the first program I created was called the Total Body Program. It does all of those things that the first one does, but it doesn't get rid of the energetic parasites and toxoplasma. This is what we call the basic parasite cleanse back in the day. So it's available on the website. It's not going to deal with toxoplasma and the non-physical or the spiritual parasites. It's not going to deal with the superbugs, but it will deal with your average systemic parasites. And it's very good. People have been using that one since 1997. The other one, which is called the Elevated Total Body Program, has not been around as long, but that's the one we realized when we started studying toxoplasma, and we realized what we could do to help eradicate it, or at least shut it down and put it into what we call a quiescent mode. That's when we created this new program. This is our #1 selling product all over the world. Okay. And today, remember, if you're going to get it today, then you're going to use the discount code if you'd like. You don't have to. Nope. Hold on. That's not what I want to show. Hide. There is a discount code, which is until Monday. Where is it? Oh, here it is. The discount code for 10% off of everything in your cart up until Monday at midnight. That code is SHIFT 2025. SHIFT 2025. That automatically is going to give you 10% off of everything in your cart. And if you become a member, you get an additional 10% off. And up until Monday, there is free shipping only within the continental United States. Free shipping. So that, for those of you who are looking to get a break or a discount, that's huge. I don't know if we've done one quite this big before. So this will end up being, for some people, almost 30% off. Okay. So that is until Monday. Now we're saying that it would be good to get it now. We're not going to talk about any of that because becoming a member, you're going to get 10% off. Plus you get all of this. And we got a new membership plan coming up soon too. So make sure you're checking our email, get on our email list at elevationtime.com, elevationtime.com. Where's that banner? How you do this? You go like that. There we go. Elevationtime.com. Get on our email list so you know, get notifications about what's going on. But for this package, you will get a silver membership, which will give you automatically 10% off. That's as long as you're a member. And then if you use this discount code SHIFT 2025, you get an additional 10% off until Monday at midnight. And if you order between now and Monday at midnight, you get free shipping in the continental United States. I apologize. We can't do it in other countries. It is illegal. They want their tariffs and their money, and they waiting on it over there. So we can't do that. Announcements once again. Dates to remember. Saturday, that's next Saturday, January the 4th, 2025. It's going to be at 11 a.m. We're going to talk about and teach you the formula to figure out Pineal Day, the sacred oil class. Some of you know about this, but this is the most important day for you personally, because this is how you set your goals and get it to be written in every cell of your body. Most folks have no idea about this. This was hidden knowledge that we couldn't even bring forth until recently, but it's a special formula. Only members are even invited to this. So make sure you become a member before this date if you'd like to get this. And if you become a member afterwards, it still will be posted. You see, but we're doing it on the 4th because soon after the 4th, the day comes. Some of you know the formulation of how to find this day. And a lot of people have been trying to put it here in the chat, but I haven't seen anybody put the right date in yet because the formula is very, very, it's got to be exact. How to find this sacred day, which changes every year. Okay. So on Saturday, January 11th, we're doing a collective cleanse. So if you order now, you'll probably get your cleanse in time, depending on your male people. Now, the male people is a little funny right now. That's why we're saying order now this weekend so that you can get your program. If you order by 12/30/2024, it should ensure delivery by Friday, January 10th. We're doing a collective cleansing. Dr. B will be doing it too. We'd like all of us to come together in oneness and do this together and learn what we can learn in this new year, because a big shift is coming and we're going to need to be open. Our frontal lobe is going to need to be open. We're going to need toxoplasma and the rest of this stuff out of our system, or at least turned down, because you can never get rid of all your parasites, but you can turn their frequency and their power control systems down. You see? So please keep this date. If you need to write it down, I'm going to leave it up here for a few minutes as we close out the day. Okay. So that is Saturday, next Saturday at 11 a.m. We're going to do the Pineal Day Sacred Oil class. How to prepare for the experience. Because some people know the day, but they don't know what to do. This is a special day. This is the most important for me. Never mind the rest of the world, for you. Everybody actually, right? This thing is going to happen to everybody. It happens every year to everybody on the planet. That's why this time of the year, they get you scrambled. So you don't wake up to your real gifts under the tree. You don't understand what the sacred Santa oil and the colostrum and the reindeer and all of these things are symbols of a sacred system. And there's people all over the world that know about this. But because a lot of us are sick, because a lot of us are unbalanced and unfocused, a lot of us have been caught up in consumption and competition and judgment, that we miss it. Don't miss it this year. Come with us. So that's next Saturday for members only, free. And Saturday the 11th, be ready to do the collective cleansing, detoxification. We're going to do it together. And there'll be some things that you'll receive in your email to let you know when, where, how, and why. Okay? So I'm winding down now. Some folks say, somebody said, I definitely figured it out incorrectly because I thought it was the 24th. Well, that's not the day. There is a very specific formula. And we were not even to share this till a certain time because not enough people would be awake. Enough people are awake now and ready to change this thing. We're going to need to change this thing in 2025, y'all. Never mind what they are going to do. What are you going to do? Because you are in total control of your life and your mind by taking control right now. And them parasites that are watching this and hearing this, because they're looking out your eyes and they say, oh my gosh, I hope they don't do this. Those of you who are choosing to choose yourself, let's do this together. And whatever you're doing, stay focused on your goals. Don't let people bring you down. Never mind what they're saying about somebody. Is that any of your business? What is your business? Mind your business and business your mind. Changes are coming. They're always coming. But at least we can be prepared to be the captains and the stewards and the CEOs of our own vessels and help our families cross through this challenging time. This challenge is coming. Storms, winds will blow. Some of us have been feeling it. We feel it in our gut. It doesn't mean it's going to be a bad time, but you need to be able to choose what's a true opportunity from what's not a true opportunity or an illusion, a delusion created by the mindset of the average person who is suffering from mental imbalances and mental illness based on commercials, movies, things that are trending, things that are going, what do they call it? Viral. It's going viral. Be careful with that. Because those are memes. You think it's so important because everybody's choosing it. Everybody is not choosing it. You don't know everybody. In fact, you don't even really know your neighbor or your family unless you know thyself. It's time. This is it. Last year we was going to do it, and we would challenge some of us. And by the end of February, we was back to our old habits. Being vegan don't mean nothing. A lot of that stuff has got so many genetically modified ingredients. It would be better off going back to eating the meat again. You know, plants. And if you're going to eat animals, then eat animals that are normal, natural. They live on the earth by themselves. There's many to choose from. So we're not telling you to be vegans and go starving. But detoxification, every season is important. And the most important time to detoxify and cleanse is winter. The trees, the animals are all telling you this. That's why they've gone into hibernation. This spring is going to change everything. What you do now is going to set the new rhythm and the new song for your life. Everything is changing. Everything will change. And remember, seconds on your clock are causing you to miss the moments. Seconds are missed moments because the seconds are controlled by the clock. Moments are experiences. They're not minutes. So by you staying on the time, on the clock, it causes you not to emit. You take time, turn it backwards. So as you are focused on the seconds that you're being fed by the time clock, Big Ben, then you miss the moment. Much love to you all. ElevationTime.com. Your discount code is SHIFT2025. Love yourselves as much as I love you. I'd like to thank everybody at Elevation and everybody out there who's in the business of natural health. People out there who are in the business of taking care of themselves in community. Those of you who are helping other people, helping your family. It's a noble thing to do. It's time to rise. Be grateful. Be thankful. And remember, seconds are missed moments. ElevationTime.com. There's lots of things for you to go study. There's free things. I'll see all you members next week. Much love. It's time.
Yes, Great Mother, thou hast patiently protected my purpose. Difficult this path of perfection. Indeed, the dead shall not know this glory. Greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. The desert of my soul has been drenched by the waters of life, liberated of becoming, bringing forth the fruit of freedom. Bind not the beloved with busyness nor boredom. Rest is the reward of the Lord. Victory is assured to those that endure the depths of indecision. With perfect vision, pierce the veil of illusion, vanquish the villains of virtue, heal heaven's broken heart. Thou art imperishable, everlasting isness, nameless, blameless, purity personified. Be not tied to sensation, temptation, nor desire the temporal fires that burn your blessings. Shake till you wake, take your place amongst the luminous race, wrapped in royal radiance, transcending beginnings and endings, firmly rooted in the love above. Time is the enemy. Seconds are missed moments. Seconds are missed moments. Seconds are missed moments. We are inspired by shadows, moving by images, wildly wiggling our way through wonderland. Thou shalt not want. It is the perceived condition of lack that brings forth desire. Desire wants to fill its emptiness. Obviously, where is that emptiness? Where is that problem that takes your attention, consuming your moments? These are tricks of the brain trained to defend its temporariness. A jealous God demanding the allegiance of my members. It remembers what me forgot. It is and is not a nebulous nuisance needing more. Always. When one attempts to mature in consciousness through a fear-based perceptual lens, limiting beliefs in self will systematically sabotage the soul's ascension towards the freedom of knowing. Knowing demands surrender. Surrender befriends compassion. Compassion is the doorway to divine thought. Divine thought actualizes itself as pure potential. This omnipotent guiding force attempts to navigate its dualistic expression through socially enforced insecurities, creating antichrist archetypes that ultimately destroy the natural evolutionary process. Man does indeed possess the spark. It is unfortunately masked in the mystery that mesmerizes minds, confines men to mere mortality, a finite fallacy that feeds on fear. Fast from your past, fan the flames of fruition, finish your mission, listen to the babies, smell the daisies, birth yes from maybes, free yourself of yourself. Everything else is fake. Fear's an illusion, confusion is choosing when there's no choice. The voice heard first is Christ, so to think twice is blasphemy. For those with souls that see and hearts that hear, it's always now. Wow. Selah. February 2000.
I allow myself to live an elevated life, to stay focused and clear, always moving towards a goal. I allow myself to let go and to learn to live and to grow. I allow myself time and space. I allow. I allow myself to feel, to express myself, and to use the talents that I possess. I allow myself to make love out of the things that are not love. I allow myself to be creative, live in the moment. I allow. I allow. I allow. I allow. I allow myself to be authentic, transparent, open, caring, and loving. myself to let go, to be free, and to plant new seeds and live the best life right now. I allow the God power within me to express itself